history class.
And of course, we always want to hear from you.
Hear from your alma mater's players and coaches in Team Talk.
You know we can't leave you out. So send us your messages on social media and watch us react on FanView.
And you know we love a good little debate, right, Gio?
We've got you covered all season long on High School Pitchside.
High School Pitchside, your ultimate guide to all things schoolboy football, Thursdays at 8 p.m. on CVM TV. CVM Television is the official broadcaster of ISSA Schoolboy Football 2025. Unauthorized recording, broadcast or streaming of matches or related events is strictly prohibited. CVM Sports ISSA Schoolboy Football is brought to you by KFC, Ping Pong, Catch, Water, Pringles, True Shake, Powerade, Burt's Auto Parts.
Afternoon everyone, and welcome to CVM TV's exclusive coverage of the ISSA Manning Cup 2025, broadcasting live this afternoon from Excelsior High School for a Zone E clash with huge potential implications. It's Calabar High School versus Wolmers boys. It's the ISSA Manning Cup 2025 and it's live and exclusive, as I said, on CVM TV. With only one team in the zone still having a perfect record, the biggest storyline may well come down to the battle for that crucial second qualification spot. Both teams on show today will significantly improve their chances of claiming that spot with a positive result. My name is Lyle Anthony Golding, your commentator for this clash, and joining me on commentary is the man himself, Mr. Leger Williams. Leger, what are you thinking about this clash today?
Well, whenever these two teams come up against each other, albeit pretty rare in recent times, it tends to be a big clash no matter the arena, and I expect nothing less than fireworks today. Calabar, they got off to a rough start. Wolmers, they got off to a great start but suffered the first loss of their season last time out against Mona. They'll be looking to put things right. But you are right that this clash can have massive implications, especially I think for Calabar, who definitely need more points to move up the table in this group and also to get into that top four so they can assure that they will have 3 more games going into the second round if they get to the second round. So a lot of implications, as you said, but Wolmers, they'll have aspirations of their own. And I'm certain that this will be a very, very competitive game.
And as things stand in Zone E, Mona High currently lead 9 points after 3 games played, 3 wins, 17 goals scored. As things stand, Hillel Academy, the newcomers, in second place on 6 points after 3 matches. Joint on points with Wolmers boys, also on 6 after 3 matches played. And Calabar High trail behind in 5th place currently with 3 points after 2 matches played. So this will notch up Wolmers boys' 4th match of the season and Calabar's 3rd. So with a win today for Calabar, it will be very positive for them going forward for the rest of this first round. And when looking at each team's fixtures so far this season, there's actually not much to separate the two here. Both teams have already played Mona High and lost, conceding 4 goals, and both teams breezed past Ascot in identical 6-0 victories. So it's going to be interesting to try and see which of these two teams takes the ascendancy this afternoon, Leger.
Yeah, you have it spot on, Lyle, and we're seconds away from kickoff now here at Excelsior High, host for this doubleheader we have today. Of course, Excelsior will be in action after against St. George's College in another, well, heavily anticipated contest. But first, we have 2 of the most historic schools in Jamaica going up in the Manning Cup, and it will be Alex Wright to get things going in this game for Wolmers.
Just moments away now from kickoff, and we are on the way. Wolmers boys in the famous red and yellow, kicking from left to right on your screen. Maroon and gold, apologies. Kicking from left to right on your screen. Calabar in their green and black from right to left. Throw in early on this right side. Early battles between both teams, and it's going to be another Calabar throw. Which is taken quickly, looking for an early ball over the top. That's going to be comfortable for the Wolmerian defense, and they go all the way back to their goalkeeper, who's immediately put under immense pressure, gets it away, but only as far as a Calabar body. Early danger here for Wolmers. It's a strike that comes in, and it's an early goal. 42 seconds on the clock, and Calabar High take the lead at Excelsior. Off to an absolute flyer. It's Calabar 1, Wolmers 0.
And that's exactly the start they would have needed. Wolmers, I don't think they've even gotten a proper touch on the ball as yet, bar the kickoff. And Calabar with a lightning start. I said that they're the ones who needed the points most, and they've certainly come out just like it. Excellent strike.
It was Peyton Larmond with the strike.
The man coming over from St. George's College. And that was certainly needed. Calabar 1-0 up within a minute.
I mean, you saw it immediately as Wolmers now look to come forward with a potential instant reply here, and they've got in behind, they've got players in the box. If they can get it across, it's good defending from Calabar. Has it stayed in? No, it has not. It's going to be a goal kick for Calabar. Some quick end-to-end stuff to start this game, but you saw it initially, Leger, with the early pressure on the Wolmers captain, Yuri Dryden, and he was forced into as we see, another early mistake, this time from Calabar's Joaquin Bryan, giving away a needless corner there. But the early pressure on Dryden forced him into a poor clearance, and it allowed Calabar the opportunity to let off a quite brilliant strike from Peyton Larmond. It's an early lead here, but can Wolmers respond?
Yeah, not what we would have expected from Yuri Dryden, especially experienced goalkeeper, but Wolmers look to reply.
Corner coming in, and it's a dangerous one. And I tell you what, Kedar Miller, at the second time of asking, got there in the end, and he clears the ball away, but only as far as a Wolmers defender. Ball bouncing quite high in the middle of the pitch. Play hasn't just quite settled yet. The early goal must be coming as a shell shock for these Wolmers players. But Calabar looking to grow in confidence down this left hand side. Pass infield, lovely 1-2. And it's Brian down the left. Can he get a good ball into the box? Oh, it's a decent one, but that time Dryden was in the right place at the right time. But positive early signs for Calabar.
I would say positive early signs. Generally, both teams going for it, both teams showing a lot of attacking flair.
As that time, pass couldn't be kept in by O'Brien Marks on that far side, so it's going to be a Wolmers throw. Just 3 minutes played already. Wolmers have to recover here, but so much football left to play. Again, Dryden with that time the clearance wasn't as hurried, but it was still a poor one for his defender to deal with. But in the end, Wolmers get it clear only as far as a Calabar body. And it's going to be another Wolmers throw.
Yeah, sensing some uncharacteristic nerves from Yuri Dryden. Here's the goal once more. Dryden, poor clearance, was rushed, but the strike was super pure. Dryden not even moving. Some questions around the goalkeeper, of course, but
there's Kevon Campbell coming forward. He's going to look to test Dryden, but that time that shot was going well wide, and it's comfortable for the goalkeeper. Looking to go long, and again it's a poor clearance that's nearly intercepted by Campbell. This time Wolmers can look to come forward, but again, very, very loose in possession. Good interception by Thompson, excuse me. And can Calabar just settle into some possession here early in this game? Being played at breakneck pace thus far. Wolmers now looking to put the pressure on, but it's easily played through by Calabar on this far side, and once again they look to create from the right hand side.
After Calabar's first game against Mona, disappointing 4-1 loss on their home patch, their new head coach Jeremy Miller said that this team, he was pretty confident in them. He knew that they would continue to grow throughout the season. It's clear that his team have shown much more since that game. They haven't been perfect, but based on how they've started this encounter, it's clear that there has been some growth.
Yeah, and they've certainly been impressive thus far. They were impressive in that 6-0 thrashing of Ascot, and looking to continue in that goal-scoring form. Started early, and they're looking to put some pressure on Wolmers once again here. Driving forward, it was Francesco Reed, but Wolmers do so well that time to play out of it, and a bit of early commentator's curse as the ball goes up for a Calabar through. They're taken quickly. Again looking for Francesco Reed on that left-hand side, but it's well defended by Wolmers. Reed, one of 4 changes made in this game by Calabar High School Jeremy Miller, excuse me. For him, the early adjustments looking to come in fruition, and again Calabar looking to get in behind here. It's good battling on that right side, trying to get back into the middle. Was their skipper Kevon Campbell, and it's actually going to be a free kick in a very dangerous position for Calabar High.
Yeah, practically right on the line of the 18-yard box, inches away probably. And you are right, that's a very dangerous area for a free kick.
It looks to be Brian Marks.
Yeah, their captain, or former captain, has done the captain's armband before this season, but also scored a hat-trick in their last game, that aforementioned 6-0 win against Pembroke Hall. Let's see if he can test Yuri Dryden.
It's Marks, and it's well over the bar that time. Couldn't quite get it up and down, and when a free kick is that close to the box, it's often quite difficult for the striker to get that technique on it. And that time, very easy going for Dryden just to watch it over. He's taking his goal kick now short. Wolmers looking to play out from the back here, put under immediate pressure. That time they do well initially, but again Calabar at that second ball, and it was a strike that was scuffed at by Kimani Thompson. And again, they're looking to test Dryden early and often.
Yeah, I think Wolmers are playing into Calabar hands here early, trying to play out from the back, but that is their game plan, yes. But this Calabar press, it's not an intense front foot press. It's when Wolmers get into certain areas of the pitch, they apply pressure this middle third, and they've won it yet again.
As you said, that pressure in that middle third has been telling, and the ball over the top nearly found the striker. Again, it's Campbell just looking to pick that lock.
It's your ball.
Didn't get it that time, but again Calabar winning the second ball, and now looking to come forward. It's a brilliant slice through ball in behind. Francesco Lee looking to go to battle with Romy Henry. That time Wolmer got the better of him. Going to be a throw-in on this near side for Calabar. Joaquin Bryan comes forward to take, and the cross towards the back stick is overhit that time by O'Brien Marks, and it's going to be out harmlessly for a Wolmers goal kick. It's an early break in that quick pace of this game. Dryden just looking to take some time on the ball here, potentially give his players some time to settle, but immediately, as you said, Leger, the press is on.
Yeah, of course, always difficult. People will have to remember that this is under 19 football. It's very difficult, especially in 2 o'clock Kingston heat, to be pressing intensely over a 90-minute period for players that are ranging from 14 to 18 years old, 19 on occasion. So what Calabar are doing is very smart, luring Wolmers into playing out from the back, and then when they get into a certain zone, attacking intensely. And so far in the opening 10 minutes of this game, it has worked a treat. They have won the ball back in those areas on several occasions, and of course that's where they got their goal.
Exactly, and if you're just joining us 10 minutes in, a goal inside 40 seconds from Calabar's Peyton Larmond. has shocked the Wolmerians here, and it's an early 1-0 lead for Calabar, and they look to come forward again. That time it's good defending, better defending from Wolmers. And can they finally spring an attack of note here? Cut inside and then played outside brilliantly. Here's Romy Henry looking to dink it in behind. It's a decent ball, controlled well, but again, good defending that time from Calabar, just to crowd it out, but it's going to be a Wolmers corner kick.
Yeah, of course, Wolmers with a lot of attacking talent. They can't be counted out at any point in this contest. A part of that attacking talent, of course, Alex Wright, returning player, 3rd season playing for Wolmers in the Manning Cup. Let's see if he can affect this play here on this corner kick.
Could be an in-swinging corner kick. It's a very decent delivery, but it's held away at the near post. Good defending from Calabar. Now they look to break away on the counter-attack. Here's Reed. Hasn't got much numbers in support. Just looking to hold up play, and he's done so quite well. And Calabar now can look to settle into things. It's a attempted switch of play, and they're actually going to get there. Brilliant idea. Oh, it's a lovely drop of the shoulder. He skipped past his man, plays it into the box, and it's 2-0 to Calabar High. Kevon Campbell, the captain, comes up big, and not even 15 minutes on the clock, and Wolmers have it all to do, Leger.
And that was just an excellent goal. If the first one was an error from Wolmers, well, I guess you can say the second was a couple of errors, but it was still excellent play from Calabar, very composed. Initially, it was Francesco Reed rolling on the breakaway and then taking his time, and then this switch of play. And when that switch of play came, it was the overload that overwhelmed Wolmers, and then a great piece of skill. And that man again coming in, stealing in between 2 defenders. Kevon Campbell, the thorn in Wolmer's side. It's 2-0. And you said they were shell-shocked before. I can't imagine now.
And every aspect of that goal, from the early switch, the cross, the pass played across the box, was inch perfect. And I cannot praise Kevon Campbell enough for that finish. It's so difficult when it's coming across at that pace. Just opened up his body and guided it into that top corner. Absolutely no chance that time for Yuri Dryden. And Calabar High are in dreamland right now, and it's going to be a free kick for them. Well won that time by Camille Peters. And this early in the game for Jerome Waite, whatever game plan you might have had, you'd certainly think it doesn't account for conceding 2 early goals inside 13 minutes, as Calabar do give it away. But he's going to have a lot to do on his side. He's going to have a lot to do to get back into this game, but still loads of time to play in this first half. And here's Wolmers again with Dryden, again put under pressure. This time he does better. And now they look to get the ball forward, but less spoken about that pass, the better. Throwing Calabar on this near side.
Yeah, Calabar seems a much more confident team. Wolmers, of course, they're sent out, they know what they want to do, but the execution, just like that pass, has been poor so far.
And that time Joshua Henry for Calabar just going to take to knock the ball out of play. It's going to be an early Wolmers through again. Sam on the near side. Taken by Kale Samuels. And the ball nearly again falls to Francesco Reed, who's putting on that front line press. And that time he's the one to throw in because of it.
Yeah, Francesco Reed, a player that was missing from Calabar's opening game against Mona. Very dangerous attacking player. A notable player from the Kingston Football Academy, Francesco Reed. And one of 9 returning players for Calabar, and here he is stealing the ball again.
Oh, and he skipped past the first challenge and was just crowded out at the crucial moment. But they've won it back once again. It's their skipper once again, and they've got numbers. Kind of get a good ball into the box. That time it's well overhit. I believe it was Marcus on that far side, but again, the work in the middle by Kevon Campbell, he's been everywhere.
Yeah, he's been arriving late. He's been at some moments leading the line as well. It's clear that Calabar have a clear plan. Here you can see how they're setting up against Wolmers when they're building up. The wide players attacking those wide centre backs for Wolmers, and then the attacking midfielder and Kevon Campbell staying a bit deeper on the Wolmers holding midfielders. So really no options for Wolmers when they're trying to play out, unless they're going to be playing under immense pressure. And so far they've been choosing to play under immense pressure, and it's told on a few occasions so far.
Yeah, and Peyton Larmon there, again, putting on that early press. As you see, there are two wingers just split high and wide, as Leger said, and he nearly stole the ball in Wolmer's own box. This time, again, Dryden looks to go a bit longer, and they try and play out. I've done a bit better, and it's actually a brilliant turn, and now they have some space, but the first touch on that far side was a poor one, and a fourth possession back to Calabar High. And they've got to be careful here as it's played around in the midfield, and they've actually given it up to Wolmers. Very dangerous, and the strike is going to come in from distance, and it's a good save. Kedar Miller was at full stretch.
Yeah, very good attempt there coming in. Looked as if it was Kevon Holloway taking that one from distance.
Another corner kick from this near side, another opportunity for Wolmers to put some pressure on Kedar Miller. Corner kick taken, it's another decent delivery, and that one was drilled across, and in the end didn't find a Wolmer's head. And now Calabar again will look to break away on the counter attack, and they've actually got decent numbers, but they elect to just slow things down a tad.
Yeah, they are the team in the ascendancy, and they are the team in control of this game. No need necessarily to play the game at a tempo that Wolmers would prefer.
And again they win it back, and again it's composed defending from Joshua Henry. Just drop the shoulder, play it to his centre back partner, and now they can once again look to come down this right side, which has been an avenue of certain danger for Wolmers. Brilliant bit of play there, and now they look to cut inside, but Wolmers defend it well. At time it was Romy Henry, but again they give it away cheaply, and now Calabar are in danger zone once again. They've got numbers, and it's a shot that comes in, and that time was high and wide, well wide. Dryden could watch it fly past him.
Yeah, overcooked that one. Always was going to be difficult. On that occasion, I noticed that Kevon Campbell was lagging behind the play just a bit. Made it difficult for any of his teammates to pick him out. But again, Calabar nullifying that build-up play of Wolmers. Unable to find players centrally, unable to find players in behind as well. I would assume that adjustments have to be made.
And there's pressure being put on Kedar Miller there. He did very well, including the pass out actually. And now Calabar will look to once again provide some danger. That time is a bit complacent in the midfield, and Wolmers have been afforded possession. Here is Sean Lewis going to drive down to the byline. Cuts inside. He's got to be aware of the pressure here, and he wasn't, and Calabar win it back quite well. And it was great support defending by Joaquin Bryan, and now Francesco Reed can look to come forward again. Couple step overs, put on the pressure, and the referee says that he was fouled that time by Keyshawn Lewis.
Yeah, but Lewis had little to no support over there on the right hand side, forced to isolate, and even with Calabar having players retreating, still no Wolmer's players was showing for the ball on that occasion. They certainly don't look at it at all in the opening 19 minutes and I can call it 15 seconds now. Calabar by far the more dominant team. And it's also very interesting because Calabar are without, well, what many would say, hold on.
As the ball comes into the box and he's tried to take it down there, and in the end it was good defending to just shepherd it back to his goalkeeper.
Yeah, but many would say Calabar are without their best player starting today. Jaheem Rankin, one of the players to watch in the entirety of the Manning Cup this season. Already a goal and an assist to his name in a couple of games.
And again, it's more poor Wolmer's defending as the ball was just caught up, and here's Francesco Reed looking to drive to the ball, and he pulls it back quite well. Calabar have numbers in the box. It's a turning shot, and the swivel of Kevon Campbell stings the gloves of Yuri Dryden once again.
Yeah, he's been under immense pressure. Kevon Campbell has been a nuisance for the entirety of the game so far, but here come Wolmers.
Oh, it's end-to-end stuff, and Wolmers nearly got the break there. Alex Wright trying to make something happen, but he's crowded out by multiple Calabar defenders.
Yeah, that's been the story of the game so far. I don't think the decision making of the Wolmers players so far has been up to par. Even when they do find themselves in good positions, even when they do get the opportunity to break through the Calabar lines.
As Marks wins it back once again, and he's got a runner. He's got Reed, who's against two defenders here, tries to just take it around them. And Dryden was alert and aware. Good goalkeeping that time. He came out, made it his, and now Wolmers are in possession again.
Yeah, good idea by Reed, but just didn't have the pace to execute.
Now play down this left-hand side for Wolmers, looking in behind once again for their striker Alex Wright. Again, he's crowded out. Now looking for the switch. Lovely control there. And this battle is renewed on this near side. Oh, fantastic skill that time. Can he get a good ball into the box? It's actually a fairly decent one. It's going to fall to a Wolmer's body. Drops the shoulder. Eases off a challenge. Takes the shot and hits the crossbar. Oh, that's so unlucky. I think it was Kevon Holloway that time. And Calabar looked to counter-attack. But it's good defending from Wolmers.
Yeah, and I would say that's the first time Wolmers have looked really dangerous. Getting one of their danger men isolated. It was Keyshawn Lewis, and that was a mesmerizing piece of skill.
But Calabar once again come forward immediately. That time it was poor control by Marks, and Wolmers can look to come away with it.
And there was Lewis with an errant pass.
And the header straight back out once again for a Calabar throw deep in Wolmers territory. But I mean, cracking shot that time. Yeah, Holloway so unlucky.
Yeah, Holloway off his left foot. Seriously talented player, Kevon Holloway.
As Calabar once again just try and force their way through. That time Peyton Larmon couldn't get the better of his defender, but once again possession is theirs. They look to potentially build down this right side. Instead, just choose to recycle possession and again take some sting out of the game. And ball again looking for, was a brilliant touch there. Again, Peyton Larmon has been everywhere so far. Every member of the Calabar front three has, and here's Larmon looking to take on all comers, but that time just one step too far maybe. But once again, Wolmer's clearances have been rushed at best, and they have only found Calabar players. But this time Calabar give it right back, so it's a Wolmer's throw.
Yeah, Calabar very well organized as per usual. Here's that beautiful bit of skill again. Keyshawn Lewis, the MVP of last season's under 14 urban area competition. And then Kevon Holloway, another young player, rattling the post. Absolutely thunderous strike. And I'm wondering if maybe Kedar Miller got a slight touch on that one. But Wolmers certainly need a little bit of a shake up here. There you see Jerome Waite, head coach of the team, trying to give that shake up. A lot needs to be done for them to improve, but I think if anyone is going to inspire this Wolmers team, it must be Jerome Waite, the experienced coach that he is. Here are the goals again. Yuri Dryden, right to the feet of Calabar, and my good friend Dwight Jeremiah says if you're executing a transition, it's best to do it in 2 or 3 passes. Calabar only needed one and then the shot. And on this occasion, it was just lovely build-up and then lovely striker play to get in front of his defender, in front of another. Excellent work done, and it's 2 goals on the day for Kevon Campbell. And Wolmers and their coaching staff still trying to get a very strict message through their players' skulls. Still a relatively young team, this Wolmers setup. You have experienced players, of course. Yuri Dryden, his 3rd season. Alex Wright, of course, returning as well. But players like Keyshawn Lewis, their number 7, who we just would have seen with that lovely bit of skill. He was the under 14 urban area MVP last season. Still very young. Kevon Holloway represented Jamaica at the CONCACAF Caribbean Under 15 Cup, that winning Jamaican team. So too did Ramesh Sims. So a young Wolmers team, yes, but even with age or a lack thereof, they still should be doing better in this game so far, in my opinion.
Yeah, and they've got quite a bit of time here to look to get back into things. That it's been the first opportunity for Jerome Waite to try and get some proper instructions into all his players, and maybe we can potentially see a shift here for Wolmers. But again, they've given it away, and it's a strike taken on early by Peyton Larmont, but he's won it back once again. It's a brilliant save, and Yuri Dryden is absolutely incensed with his defense.
And he should be, because that was a careless giveaway. Peyton Larmont really should have made it 3-0 to Calabar there. Yes, Yuri Dryden made himself big, but had so much of the goal to aim for. And Calabar really let Wolmers off the hook in that instance.
I mean, Peyton Larmont, he had a couple opportunities actually, because as we take a look at the replay here, wins it back well. He has numbers left and right. Instead, looks to take the shot, and he gets so lucky here with some poor defending. But as you said, he has to pick a corner. Instead, he goes straight at Dryden, and it's another big scare for Wolmers. And that time they've escaped it. And you have to say, for Jerome Waite, it's got to be incensed.
Yeah, coming right off of the water break as well.
Exactly.
He would have given his team some very specific instructions how they can improve against his Calabar unit. Well, I'm not quite sure what the instructions were, but giving the ball away twice in dangerous areas within 5 seconds of each other, I'm not quite sure that's the game plan.
Free kick for Wolmers, right on halfway line from this far side. Looks like may just try and get this one long into the box, put some pressure on Calabar. That's exactly what they try and do, but the flipped on header from Kishan Lewis goes out harmlessly for a Calabar goal kick.
And then this is the difference between the Wolmers press and the Calabar press when Calabar are trying to build up. Wolmers are also pressing with two, pressing the ball side player. But because of the spacing of the Calabar players, it gives Wolmers a lot of difficulty when trying to cover those spaces. And it also allows Calabar central access. But on that occasion, Wolmers did well to force Calabar into an uncomfortable situation and for them to give the ball up.
And then it's a good bit of passing play on this near side to evade the pressure of Calabar, and now they look to switch it out to the left and potentially build. Numbers coming across for Calabar. It's a decent idea that time, looking for Alex Wright, but the pass was overbaked and easy enough for Kedar Miller. And now Calabar will look to once again just build up from the back, and a single pass out to the right back has beaten the entire Wolmers press, but it's a poor effort by him, because he had his captain Kevin Campbell free as a bird in the center of the park. Instead, Wolmers can now look to come forward down the right side, now infield. Here's Reed. Need to get the ball into the box. It's a decent ball, it's a good flick on, and now he's got time on it, and he takes the strike, and it's a wonderful save actually from Kedar Miller. I thought initially it went wide, but fantastic reflexes from Calabar's goalkeeper. It's going to be a corner kick for Wolmers.
Yeah, I was wondering if he got a touch on the initial shot a few minutes ago from Holloway, but there is no doubt about this one. Excellent save, diving low to his right. And probably the first time in the game as well we've seen Daniel Scarlett, another returning Wolmers player, get involved in proceedings. They need him to show much more of himself in this game if they're going to get back into it. But first they'll have this corner.
In swinger, right on top of the goalkeeper. He's actually missed it, and it's such a dangerous delivery that time, but Calabar escape at the skin of their teeth. And now Reed, oh, that's fantastic play just to win the free kick, alleviate the pressure and get Calabar up the pitch.
Yeah, and he has been fantastic, especially on the transition. Francesco Reed, really good work yet again. Very good at stopping and starting quickly, and that has deceived the Wolmers defenders time and time again. But very interesting defending on that.
As again, Calabar It was poor defending initially from Devon Ricketts, but he did well to recover.
Yeah, very interesting defending on that Wolmer's corner not too long ago. If I'm not mistaken, I saw 3 or so Wolmer's players unmarked right in the 6-yard area. Calabar looking to mark zonally, but at some point someone has to take responsibility.
Indeed, and again Wolmer's give it away, and it's an early strike. Peyton Larman looking for his second of the game. That time he just snatched at it, and it was easy for Jordan.
How many times are they going to fall into this trap?
And again, they win it back. I thought he might have been offside there, but Larman, good ball into his captain Campbell. Fantastic play. It's over for Reed. Can he get the strike away? It's good defending that time, and it's going to be a corner kick as the challenge came in from Kyle Samuels.
I think it's actually going to be a goal kick in the end. They're saying that the last touch came off Francesco Reed. I'm not quite sure, but Wolmers, wow.
As you said, time after time, putting themselves under pressure. And now there's another, and again they've done it once more. And Calabar, at times they're not even trying in the press, and they just afforded possession, shinking away from the challenge, looking to get the ball in behind for Marks. It's a bit of a heavy one, and it goes out for a goal kick. But Leger, how many times?
Yeah, this is quite baffling actually. At some point you have to switch it up, try and go long. You have a striker like Alex Wright at your disposal, one of the more physically imposing strikers in urban area schoolboy football, and yet still you're still trying to play short. It's clear that Calabar's man marking system, especially in the second phase, is getting the better of you. And look, they finally play one long and
they can get up the pitch, and they've nearly done so. That time possession is given away by Romy Henry, and Calabar can settle on it. But as you said, they've switched it up, and it's actually worked well for them. It's going to be actually a Calabar throw in here as I've got a player down for Wolmers in the middle of the park. Just going to have a break here so that he can receive some attention. But I mean, the story of the game has been the Calabar press, has been Wolmers' inability at so many occasions to get out of their own box, get out of their own half. And I mean, as things stand, based on the action that we've seen, I'm not quite sure how Wolmers are going to recover in this first half and potentially get a goal that would be crucial to lift their spirits, get them back into the game. Because at this point, it's one-way traffic.
Yeah, and it's extremely confusing as well. They say the mark of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. And Wolmers, in 30 minutes or more, in 2 p.m. Kingston sun, a very hot day, you can see it's taking a bit of a toll on their players as well. They've been doing the same thing, trying to play out from the back, not executing efficiently, not only because of player errors, but also because of a poor structural balance in comparison to Calabar's press. And they've continued time and time again to try and execute the same patterns of play to no avail. And only once in the 32nd minute did they switch it up, and to some success. So very confusing, but they really have been, I've been saying this term a lot so far this season, but they really have been the architects of their own demise so far, Wolmers.
And it was Jordan Brown, the player that went down initially for Wolmers, received some treatment. He's now gone off, and now some instructions being given out for Calabar as well by Jeremy Miller. And just a bit of a breaking play here, but as he said, the only real big chance for Wolmers was, it fell to Kevon Holloway, and it was some real individual brilliance. He showed the strength, shrugged off a challenge quite easily, and then unleashed a left-footed drive which cannoned off the crossbar. But when they've allowed themselves to get into some positions where they can drive into the box, drive at Calabar defenders, I mean, they've looked at a bit dangerous. But here's the replay of that chance. Came down the line, Keyshawn Lewis with a good ball into the box. It's a nice flick on, and they work it so well initially, and that was actually the strike from the left side for Scarlett, and it was saved really well. But as you said, every time they come forward and they actually get some numbers up the field, they've put Calabar under some pressure, but it's these moments where they try and get themselves forward where they just cannot seem to do it. And again, Calabar win it back, and again it's a shot from distance. And again it's Kevon Campbell, but well wide. That's going to be a goal kick for Wolmers.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head earlier when you said that individual brilliance, because on both occasions it's been Kishan Lewis beating his man, putting a ball in, and then eventually when the ball falls to an attacker, we then see Wolmers be able to create a shot, and that's what's happened on both occasions so far.
And Calabar win it back, and it's been pulled back, I think, for a Wolmers free kick, but I'm not too sure about that decision. I thought initially that Joaquin Bryant did really well to win it back, but in the end, here's Scarlett. Lovely step overs to skip away from the challenge of Keneal Peters and win a free kick. Good work there from Scarlett, and now maybe an opportunity for Wolmers, to force another save from Kedar Miller. Scarlett, who won the free kick, stands over it. Going to be an in sooner from this near side. Potentially, he can just put it into that corridor of uncertainty for Kedar Miller. I think it's maybe just a bit too far to take an attempt at goal here, but let's see what Daniel Scarlett does. Scarlett, he does indeed take a strike towards goal, and yeah, that picture tells the story. His head is in his hands and he shakes his head.
Yeah, never seemed particularly confident in striking that one. And Wolmers again causing Calabar no issues.
Ball down the line. And it's easy enough for Wolmers to head away at the first time of our seeing, and the second, and then the third, and now can they look to hold possession again? It's really quick whistle there from the referee, and it's going to be another Wolmers free kick. This game has become just a bit stop-start at the moment. Take the free kick quickly. There's Scarlett, who's just switched sides with Lewis. He tries to get a dangerous ball into the box. It's cleared easily by Calabar. Maybe that's one of the adjustments made, as now they try and get it forward once again, but the ball is a very, very poor one.
Yeah, and tempo is such an important thing for any team in possession, and I believe it was Devon Ricketts there, just took a bit too long to release, allowed Calabar to be much more confident in their defensive shape.
And again, Calabar win the second ball. Again, it's their captain, and it comes out to Marks. And they've taken so many shots early trying to test Dryden, but again, since he made that initial early mistake, he's been fairly decent. But again, Calabar win it back once again. Oh, it's a brilliant bit of skill initially, and then the second time looking to get away from the challenges. Now here's Marks, back over to Brian. Oh, and he just slipped at the crucial moment, but he has won a corner kick as it went off the Wolmers defender.
Yeah, Calabar again, it must be instruction to take those early shots, because they have taken so many from that 25-30 yard range. Must think that Yuri Dryden is susceptible from that range. They have scored from that range, to be fair, but
and Joaquin Bryan was down, and now we have another Wolmers player down. And as you said, you mentioned it earlier, but the heat certainly playing a role here, because players are dropping like flies left and right, and you have to assume it's fatigue as the ice is applied here. But such a hot day, and Calabar have made the most of it, because their pressure has been incredible.
yeah, and it's always better, I think, for teams to press early and then drop off when they already got the fruits of their labor.
And it's Devon Ricketts, the centre back of Wolmers, who's had to go off at a crucial moment here.
Yeah, big miss. The height of him to defend this corner.
Can Calabar take advantage? 5 minutes plus added time to play in this first half. It's Calabar 2, Wolmers 0. It's a corner kick. It's a very dangerous one, and again, it's very good goalkeeping that time from Dryden. Strong punch on it, and he's actually afforded Wolmers the potential for a counter attack, but it was right that time. He just couldn't get his feet sorted out. Calabar win it back. Now looking for a ball across the box. It's cleared away. Not the most convincing clearance, but Wolmers sort it out eventually. And now they will look to come down this left side. Long ball played in behind. This should be comfortable for Calabar. You thought for a moment, as Kedar Miller didn't come for it, and it might have been a hairy moment, but they do very well, and they've done it once again to come forward, and there's so much space on this far side, and they tried to go through the middle. That time it was Peyton Larmon, but he had the overlap on the left of O'Brien Marks, didn't use him, and we've got a player down in a heap here, and this does not look good. Immediate medical attention given here and hoping for the best.
Yeah, and it's Devon Ricketts again. Initially when he came off the pitch, it looked as if he was feeling the effects of the heat. And this doesn't look very positive at the moment.
Obviously praying for the best here for Devon Ricketts, as teams will have a break in play, but again, just hoping for the best. And we're obviously just a couple minutes away from half time here at Excelsior. We're going to take another look at, and I mean, it doesn't look good because it wasn't a foul. He just sort of fell, but I mean, again, hoping for the best for Devon Ricketts.
More dangerous there.
Yeah, and they're still now just giving some attention to Devon Ricketts. Obviously, we're not going to show it. We're just now praying that all turns out well with him. But again, just about 2 or so minutes left to go in this first half. Calabar leading Wolmers by 2-0, and if you're just joining us, we have just taken a bit of a pause to play here, as Wolmers player, believe it's Devon Ricketts, is down and receiving some medical attention.
That ball obvious pass.
Players now just beginning to make their way back onto the pitch as we tick over onto 45th minute. We are going to see the substitution being made by Wolmers. It's number 21 and Johnny Silveira who's going to be coming on here. Just waiting for the confirmation of the fourth official's board, and he is, well, we believe actually it's Kyle Samuels, but we will confirm when the substitution is made and when Johnny Silvera is allowed onto the pitch. And it's going to be, well, play will resume. We're going to have a lengthy additional time at the end of this first half, and it may just can't quite confirm if it was additional time there potentially that the fourth official was signaling for, but nonetheless, I mean, for these players to try and refocus, to try and continue playing, I mean, after the scary moment, certainly may be quite difficult this year.
Yeah, most definitely. Always difficult when a teammate goes down in those circumstances. Good news, we did get a shot of him not too long ago, up and responsive, so definitely a positive sign there. And he will be substituted. So the game will continue after a very, very lengthy stoppage.
And again, we're still awaiting confirmation of the substitution. It is going to be 10 minutes of additional time at the end of this first half, but just word coming in that it was in fact Kyle Samuels, the number 5 of Wolmers, Kyle Samuels, excuse me, number 5 of Wolmers, who went down and will be substituted. And as we said, number 21, Johnny Silvera, to replace him. And we'll now have confirmation of that substitution by the fourth official. And we'll be back on the way here at Excelsior in just a few moments.
Yeah, substitution finally taking place.
Yeah, and Kale Samuels there going off and replaced now by Silvera. And obviously wishing all the best for Samuels.
Devon Ricketts now allowed back on the pitch.
And play is resumed. And we have to assume at this point it may be well more than 10 additional minutes that we play, because we're just now getting back on the way in the 49th minute. So could go well towards minute 60 on the clock, as it's going to be a free kick here for Calabar High. Potentially be looking to punt this one long. It's Joshua Henry looking for his captain, flick on, and nobody is there on the end of it, and goalkeeper Yuri Dryden and claim it comfortably.
Yeah, it will be very difficult for either team to regain any sort of momentum they would have had before the lengthy stoppage. I think for the rest of this first half, the time that we do have, it will all be about consolidation for Calabar Most importantly, trying not to concede before the halftime whistle, and in the case of Wolmers, trying their best not to concede anymore.
Yeah, and it was Keyshawn Lewis with the foul that time. Just a bit of a high boot caught Calabar counterpart, and another free kick for the team in green and black. Free kick goes long, headed out. Good header initially by Wolmers, but Calabar now recover. It's going to be a throw-in on the far side. Calabar looking to commit some numbers forward here at the end of this first half. Lovely bit of play, and now can he get a ball into the box? It's good defending from Wolmers. Looked like Kevon Holloway was back doing his defensive duties there. Potentially for a long throw. Instead they do go short to their captain. Now back in play. Calabar trying to force the ball into the box, but they've won it back once more, and now can they fashion an opportunity? This time Wolmers get it clear, and now they go all the way back to Kedar Bila.
Inviting the pressure of Wolmers, but they comfortably play out of it yet again. The spacing for this Wolmers defensive setup is all wrong, I must say. Calabar have been extremely comfortable, and I think with better execution they could have been up by many more goals,
And it's
not just the two.
Another brilliant pass there from Campbell, and at the second time of asking he just couldn't get a strike or a cross on, but he's won a corner kick there with the Calabar captain. But yeah, as you said, I mean, the difference, the disparity when you're watching the two teams try and play out from the back, it's absolutely shocking, because every time Calabar on it, it seems so easy. But for their Wolmers counterparts, I mean, we've spoken about it ad nauseum this half, because they have really struggled, and it's going to be a corner kick coming in from Peyton Larmond. Corner kick taken. It's another decent one, but that time right into the hands of Yuri Dryden, who was well placed, and now he will look to get Wolmers away on a potential quick attack here. That time Alex Wright just looking for the flick, didn't come off for him, and as that time Lewis gives it away to Wolmers in a very dangerous position here. Keyshawn Lewis plays it infield. Now comes to Holloway, but again the pass is poor, and Calabar with their numbers do so well to win the ball back.
Yeah, I think every time Wolmers have looked relatively dangerous in this game, it's come through Keyshawn Lewis, whether on the right hand side or on the left. But usually when he serves the ball central, it's a disappointing touch or a disappointing shot, apart from two instances.
Marks looking for the switch of play. That time it didn't quite work. Now Wolmers now looking to play the ball out. This time initially they've done a bit better, looking down the line. It's a good interception there, and Calabar with Marks can look to drive down this left side, cuts inside onto his right foot, plays it infield looking for support, but good cover defending from Ramesh Sims. And again, it's just a really bizarre clearance that's afforded Calabar another opportunity to attack, but that time it was the offside flag was raised against, I believe, O'Brien Marks of Calabar. Free kick for Wolmers. Just about, I believe, 5 minutes of added time to play here at the end of this first half. And it's going to be a throw in here for Calabar, deep inside their own half. Maybe an opportunity for Wolmers to get onto them here, apply a bit of pressure. Throw in taken, and they do apply that pressure and they win it back. And they do so again at the second time of asking, and is this an opportunity for them to potentially get a goal back before half time? Ball played into the center and the strike comes in that time.
Unconvincing one from Romy Henry.
And it sort of summed up their first half in terms of Wolmers, and it's going to be a handball there against Brian Marks. It's another opportunity here for a free kick for Wolmers. I was about to say they could get this into the box, instead they've taken it short.
That hasn't been the best way of operation for them so far. And look how compact Calabar here in condensing the middle areas. Wolmers had absolutely nowhere to go centrally there.
And again, Joaquin Bryan, as he's lost the ball there, but initially to win it back, he's been fantastic in this first half for Calabar. But now Wolmers have a bit of space on this right side. It's a good ball into the box. It's falling to a Wolmers player. I thought for sure the flag would have gone up. It hasn't. And Daniel Scarlett comes away with the ball. I think it was actually Alex Wright with the goal. But Calabar, all their heads dropped. We thought for sure that the offside flag would have gone up. But in the end, right on the stroke of halftime, it's Calabar 2, Wolmers 1.
Yeah, right on the stroke of halftime, it's Alex Wright. And I am very surprised the offside flag didn't go up there. Maybe we have a bad angle, but I was very surprised. Here's a cross about to come in from Romy Henry. And that touch there, I'm struggling to see where a Calabar player would have been. It is the number 2, was outside of our shot. And Calabar, one of the few times they've been lackluster in possession, allowing Wolmers to transition quickly, giving them the opportunity to win the ball high. And Wolmers certainly have punished them. Alex Wright getting on the score sheet.
And I mean, that has to change the halftime team talks for both coaches, really, because Wolmers, before that goal, looked second best in every aspect. I mean, they have been second best to Calabar, but that goal could change a lot going into halftime, could give them a boost, a bit of confidence, and Calabar will have to try and recover here. We still have a couple minutes before halftime. Maybe another opportunity for Calabar to come forward, trying to win the header. Could fall to their captain, but instead Wolmers come away with possession, and it's going to be a free kick for Wolmers after the foul by Kimani Thompson.
The third strike for Alex Wright so far this season. He got double figures as well last season, so looking to replicate that sort of form.
Wolmers nearly gave it away, but now they win it back. Here's Scarlett looking for the switch. Maybe it's a bit overhit, and that time, yeah, it was, as Kishan Lewis even he couldn't keep that one in. Going to be a throw in for Calabar, and may just be one of the last significant actions of this first half. First half that's seen so much talking points and seeing Calabar really dominate for large portions, but even so, their 2-goal lead has been halved right on the stroke of halftime as they try to potentially come forward and get a third goal. Free kick well won by Kevon Campbell. Maybe one last chance for them to try and work Yuri Dryden, who's been by far the most active of the 2 goalkeepers. Now they go short, out wide. Can they fashion a cross into the box? Here's Marks, drives down the line. He's got his captain in the box, but his cross that time, he couldn't find a way to get it back on target. And that is going to be halftime here from Excelsior. It's been played at such a breakneck pace, end-to-end football, and after a lengthy amount of stoppage time, the halftime score here, it's Calabar 2, Wolmers 1. Be back after this.
CVM Sports ISSA Schoolboy Football is brought to you by KFC, Ping Pong, Catch, Water, Pringles, True Shake, Powerade, Burt's Auto Parts.
Jamaica's unemployment rate has fallen to 3.3%, down from 13.2% in 2016. Our government's continued focus on job creation is delivering real results. We are building Jamaica. The Time by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Get ready to take flight. It's Aviation Expo 2025 in collaboration with the Airports Authority of Jamaica and the Jamaica Civil Aviation Authority, the island's ultimate aviation showcase and family fun day. Join us Saturday, October 4 from 12 to 8 p.m. at Tinson Pen Aerodrome in Kingston with show host Ian I.T. Ellis. And guess what? It's free. Plus, the JCAA and JDF will be recruiting. Follow at Aviation Expo JA for updates.
Crunch your craving with the value menu from KFC. With combos starting at just $620. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Crispy, creamy, what a catch, so tasty. What a catch, with a caramel center. What a catch, and so much chocolate, ooh yeah. First it's crispy, then it's creamy, with so much chocolate, smooth and milky. And when you go a little deeper, you find caramel, ooh yeah. What a catch, oh, what a catch, you know we love you. What a catch, oh. First it's crispy, then it's creamy. What a catch.
Much quicker. And you need to make sure. I'm the coach.
And I'm the assistant coach.
No. Your job is to bring the water and keep us hydrated. Matter of fact, where's the water?
I've got it, coach.
The internationally acclaimed On Stage with Winford Williams.
At a new time, Saturdays at 8 p.m. on CVM TV.
So much more than entertainment.
When the bus the man, I want to watch my son play finals on CVM, you know.
But mums, you can't watch it on CVM website, man.
My son score.
Greatness begins here.
Let's delve deep into the issues. We'll take you beneath the surface.
Greetings and salutations. My name is Orville Higgins and it's another edition of Fan Central.
Talking to the people at the heart of the top sporting stories. Hear from your favorite sportsmen and women and the administrators who work tirelessly to make it all happen. It's a live sports talk.
I've written an entire article.
Yes.
Looking at all the major issues every Tuesday at 9 p.m. It's Fan Central.
the internationally acclaimed On Stage with Winford Williams.
At a new time, Saturdays at 8 p.m. on CVM TV.
So much more than entertainment.
Hey everybody, I'm Yendi, and this is Odyssey with Yendi. In this space, we connect with some of your favorite people as they share their journeys. Here we have some unfiltered conversations as we deep dive into their inspirations, motivations, and experiences to inspire our own life journey.
Odyssey with Yendi, brought to you by Grace, Singer, and Islandnet Services.
So when I wake up in the morning, I say a word of prayer. Tap, 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 tap. Yo, this is yours truly, D Major, and I'm representing for CVM. See it happen. You hear that? CVM what? See it happen. Listen, keep it locked.
Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. Oh, me! See it happen on CVM TV. I'm out.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Halftime highlights here. Calabar lead Wolmers by 2-1. This was the first goal. Brilliant strike came in from Peyton Larmond after ball was given away by Yuri Dryden. Early lead inside a minute for Calabar. Highlights continued, and it was continuous Calabar press in this first half. Brilliant bit of play on the left side, and then the cross was fantastic, but the finish as well from their captain Kevon Campbell, something to behold. Wolmers would look to come back at them. Didn't have much to shout about in this first half, but this strike was a decent one. But a good save from Kedar Miller at full stretch. Did well to work across. Here was Francesco Reid, one of the star men in that first half for Calabar. Tried to get the ball across. It was a decent one, and on the swivel, the shot again from Captain Kevon Campbell. That time was comfortable for Yuri Dryden. Another Wolmer's chance after some brilliant skill on the right side. Ball played in, it came to Kevon Holloway, drop of the shoulder. Look at this strength, gets away from the challenge, and the strike rattling the crossbar. One of their best chances of the first half, Wolmers. But Calabar continued to win the ball back early with the pressure. What a chance this was, poor defending, and in the end, I mean, Peyton Larmond could have had his second goal of the game. He just had to pick a spot, but good goalkeeping nonetheless. But here was Wolmers coming forward once again, down the right. Ball came into the box. Lovely layoff. And the shot was a flashed one from Scarlett. Really good save again from Kedar Miller, who's been on his P's and Q's this first half. And here was Wolmers again giving the ball away in a crucial position. That time, Peyton Larmond again just snatched at the shot. Didn't provide much pressure for Dryden, and then this was the crucial moment right on the stroke of halftime. Brilliant strike, Alex right in the best place. And now we're going to look at first half stats. So here are the full stats from the first half. As we said, Calabar lead Wolmers by 2-1, 12 shots to 8, 6 shots on target for Calabar High to only 3 for Wolmers boys. It's been a lot of fouls in this game, 10 fouls in total. Wolmers with most of them. No yellow cards, no red cards. And Wolmers boys lead the counter, and possession is almost split identically down the middle. We're going to take a quick break, and after this we'll be back with more Schoolboy football action.
it all begins. The quest to become great. Inspired by those who went before them, these four boys dream of playing in the ISSA Schoolboy football competitions.
Will he score this for Casey? Will he score? It's a shot, it's a goal!
And it's a shot, and it's a goal! And Casey has won the Manning Cup, and they will play Clarendon College in the Olivier Shield. And that's what you love to see. They may be rivals, but the camaraderie is what it's all about. Can't wait for the final.
When the bus the man, I want to watch my son play finals for CVM, you know.
But mums, you can't watch it on CVM website, man.
My son score, my son score, my son score, my son score.
Greatness begins here.
Join us next week when we conclude our discussion with Dr. Chambers on his success in the Tourism Enhancement Fund's Special Tourism Innovation Incubator Program and how he has been able to turn his innovative idea into a successful business.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to CVM TV's live and exclusive coverage of the ISSA Manning Cup 2025. It's the first game of our doubleheader this afternoon, and at halftime, the scoreline reads Calabar High 2, Wolmers Boys 1. And I mean, it's been a first half filled with intrigue, Leger, as Wolmers will look to try and get back into it.
Yeah, I certainly think that it was a high quality first half in terms of what was being produced from Calabar, for majority of it. I think their block, especially their I would say semi-high press, certainly gave Wolmers a lot of issues. They scored 2 goals, one from it and then the second from a transition off a Wolmers set piece, and it was both well worked. They denied Wolmers spaces in central areas. Wolmers created a couple of things from wide, namely from Kishan Lewis, who has been their danger man, I think. But I think so far they've struggled to really create many opportunities unless they came from Calabar shooting themselves in the foot. And that's exactly what they did for that Wolmers goal. Basically, on the stroke of half-time in a lot of extra time that we had. So I think that has given Wolmers a chance to get back in the game, but they have to find a way to progress the ball effectively, whether it's going to be from more direct attack opportunities or it's going to come from finding a way to penetrate that Calabar block that they have been doing such a good job of executing.
As we're just moments away from kickoff in the second half of this game, Calabar will kick us off now, kicking from left to right on your screen, and we are on the way just now for the second half of this action between Calabar High and Wolmers. And it's going to be an early throw-in on this far side for Wolmers Boys, excuse me. And as we said, this is the first match of our doubleheader this afternoon, as right after this game ends, we'll bring you coverage of our feature game, Excelsior High taking on St. George's College, as we have a yellow card here for a Calabar player. We'll just confirm who that was, and we'll have a substitution immediately after halftime. Bizarre why it didn't happen at the break, but substitution for Calabar, as Keyshawn Palmer is going to be replaced here by Jaden Edwards.
Yes, a change at fullback for Calabar.
And Wolmers tried initially to come away with it. Calabar win it back, and it's a brilliant ball into space for Brian Marks. His early cross into the box is a dangerous one. It's falling to Francesco Reed, and he's been adjudged to have handled the ball there. And it's going to be a free kick for Wolmers. Didn't quite catch that one, but referee's eagle-eyed. Early free kick for Wolmers.
And we'll get an early chance to see if Wolmers will persist with trying to build out from the back. Seems that the evidence says no. The long pass is inaccurate, but sometimes it's all about winning the second ball, and they have done that well. Let's see if they can start an attack now.
Wolmers down this left side, brilliant bit of skill on 2 occasions, and that time he couldn't win the free kick.
Yeah, it was Damar Smith who came on for Wolmers at halftime.
And ball in behind here, looking for Francesco Reed. Did well to win it eventually, and now Calabar will look to build an attack here from this left side. Reed to take on his man, now cuts back onto his right foot to the edge of the box. Calabar working it all the way around, now back inside, but Wolmers have won it back well initially, but it falls to Marks. Again, it's just all a bit congested on the edge of Wolmers' box, and eventually they get it clear. And good bit of play that time from Joshua Henry, and the ball is going to come all the way back to Kedar Miller. Calabar in possession once again, playing it back to Miller. And again, Wolmers now in the second half have not elected to jump for this press immediately. They've dropped off, allowed Calabar to play it down the line, and now they're looking to win it back, and they've done so quite well that time, but couldn't skip past the challenge of Peyton Larmond, one of those first half goal scorers.
Yeah, and he scored very early in the first half as well, within the first minute of the game. And he has had a very interesting role. Listed as a centre forward on the team sheet is Peyton Larmond, but I think both he and their captain on the day, Kevon Campbell, they've been playing almost like a dual false 9 role, and I think that has allowed space for the wide players, because Wolmers don't know who to pick up in their back 3. So Coach Jeremy Miller has made his changes as opposed to their first game, where we did see much more of a structured, typical lineup.
Wolmers have done fairly well here. They've built up well through the midfield, but the final ball that time just a bit lacking, and O'Brien Marks can look to come forward. The idea was there, but just missed on the execution as he was looking for the run of Kevon Campbell. Throw-in taken quickly. Here's Marks. Just tries to nutmeg his defender, but he's going to win another throw. Time Devon Ricketts defended it well. Throw-in taken back towards the halfway line. Calabar in possession. Marks looking for the flick. The idea was right, but couldn't quite get the pass to Jaden Edwards. The throw-in, the ball down the line. Wolmers win it back, and now can they look to break once again on the counter-attack? We didn't quite see them too much in that first half convert on these counters, but at times it's a cynical challenge from Calabar's Peyton Larmond, and it's going to be a free kick in another dangerous position for Wolmers boys.
Yeah, they have many players who are certainly able of taking these set pieces well. Wolmers, it is from a considerable distance, however. We're seeing Jordan Brown over this one. Also see Romy Henry lurking. But that space between the midfield and defensive line for Calabar has been a little bit of a worry. Of course, they've been doing such a good job of denying Wolmers space for them to get into that area, but when Wolmers eventually break or go around the Calabar block, it has caused them some problems, and that's how they won that foul.
Damar Smith, the substitute, also standing over it. It is going to be Smith. It's a good strike, but it's comfortable in the end for Kedar Miller. Really good shape on that strike from Smith.
Yeah, it was always going to be difficult for him to beat Kedar Miller from that distance. Had to be a very powerful strike.
There's Campbell. Gives a bit of work for the midfielder to do there, but they've worked it out well now. O'Brien Marks, he's got the overlap. He decides to use him. It's a brilliant pass, and now they play it across the box at the back post arriving. It was Francesco Reed, but he couldn't divert his shot goalwards. It's gone up for a goal kick for Wolmers.
Yeah, and that bit of play, I think, just showed everything that Calabar have been doing excellently in possession. Again, both, I would say, the double false nines for Calabar, combining, creating space in the wide areas, the overlap coming in that overload. And then Francesco Reed, the other winger, stealing in at the back post, but couldn't put that shot on target. But here they come again.
And it's a brilliant 1-2 on this left side. Here's Reed once more. He's got the overlap again, and that overlap has been effective towards the back post for Marks. Oh, it's a fantastic header. O'Brien Marks left Yuri Dryden rooted to the spot. He was jumping away from it, and somehow he found the power to loop it back over the head of the goalkeeper. That's a quite brilliant goal from O'Brien Marks, and Calabar's 2-goal lead is restored.
If at first you don't succeed, you try and try again. And that's exactly what Calabar did, but this time from the opposite flank. We literally just saw them execute that exact pattern of play on the right-hand side. It didn't work. One of the false nines going to the wing, the overlap coming from the fullback to the opposite side winger who will be unmarked. And he was unmarked, but this time Francesco Reed couldn't finish, but certainly at that back post O'Brien Marks could. Excellent header, as you said, rooted Yuri Dryden. And Calabar, I must say, they have been the better team, yes, but one thing that stands out to me, they've been the better coach team, and that's why they're 3-1 ahead after 53 minutes.
Indeed, as play is resumed here, we have just seen a Calabar substitution as Ronaldinho Williams has made his way onto the pitch. We'll just confirm who has gone off, but the number 9 for Calabar is on. I mean, you saw it as immediately Williams onto it. It's cleared away well by Wolmers, but as you said, initially on the right side it was a substitute, Jaden Edwards, who his cross was just a bit too heavy for Francesco Reed, and then we saw Joaquin Bryan, who was fantastic in that first half, get his cross inch perfect, and the header was fitting of the cross as Calabar's 2-goal lead is restored. And Campbell here, it's fantastic play, and the physicality on the end of it, he's done so well here. Calabar can look to come forward. It's a marauding overlap once again. This time he doesn't use him, but the option was once again there. Jaden Edwards providing that option.
Yeah, and it's one of 2 substitutions actually coming in. Calabar have taken out 2 players. I'm seeing Jaheim Rankin coming on. That's their number 7. He's in shot currently. And also, as you mentioned, Ronaldinho Williams coming on as well. As we said, we'll confirm who they've come on for.
There's a ball here for Calabar on this right side. Skips away from 2 challenges. It touches heavy though by Peyton Larmond. And it afforded a clearance opportunity for Wolmers, but again, possession is right back with Calabar High. Looking down the line, good defensive work that time from Damar Smith, and they've got a player down for Calabar right on the edge of their own box.
Yeah, and I think those changes will move both Kevon Campbell and O'Brien Marks into a deeper midfield area. Probably see Ronaldinho Williams and Peyton Larman occupying those central attacking midfield or striker roles. We certainly will see Jaheim Rankin off the right wing. But yeah, confirmation of the Wolmers sub. We did mention that Damar Smith was now on the pitch. He has come on for Kishan Lewis. A bit surprising if there isn't an injury there, because Kishan Lewis was the danger man for Wolmers in my estimation in that first half. And for Calabar confirming their substitutions. It would be Jaheim Rankin and Ronaldinho Williams coming in, and Kimani Thompson and Kenil Peters making their way out. So what I suspected was accurate. Both central midfielders coming off for Calabar, pushing Marks and Kevon Campbell into deeper areas and allowing Rankin and Ronaldinho Williams to make spaces higher up the pitch. And here is Rankin.
Indeed, he's just got onto the ball and the switch is on here to the far side. He's got so much room. Can he shape a good cross? It's a decent one, but it just went between two players. As Rankin takes the strike, he caught that one quite well, but in the end, high and wide of the Wolmers goal.
Yeah, and Rankin, a player that has impressed me significantly since last season. Seems as if he has gotten even bigger, even stronger, much more confident in the ability on his left boot. You see him wearing the number 7. Surprised he didn't get the start today, but it seems as if the coach has been proven right in not starting him.
And Calabar win it back again. Here's Williams. He's got the underlap this time and he's won a corner kick for Calabar. And as we saw in that first half, Wolmers again shooting themselves in the foot.
Yeah, unable to play through Calabar yet again. And the team from Red Hills Road certainly impressing so far in this contest.
Corner kick to come in here. It's whipped towards that near post. It's headed away well by Wolmers. They could reload this here, and it is played into the box, but there was nobody there in green and black, and it's comfortable for Yuri Dryden. And I mean, you said it yourself that the two central midfielders have come off for Calabar, and potentially, you know, because as you said, those were the ones in that first half providing that second jump, winning the ball back. In this heat, maybe it's just about getting fresh legs on. As referees pause this one, it's going to be a foul against Williams, but getting fresh legs on in the midfield to try and continue that press potentially.
Yeah, and I think it's also it's because I would say that Calabar are very versatile in the profiles that they have in their squad. Typically speaking, from last season we saw O'Brien Marks play in central midfield, so obviously not something foreign to him in the first game of the season. We also saw Kevon Campbell operate in that area. Here he is on the ball now. Not the cleanest touches, but Calabar escape yet again.
And again, it's the overlap of their fullback, and can they get a good cross back? It's pulled towards Ronaldinho Williams, and that time the bubble, I think, just got the better of him as that shot was hooked well over the bar.
Yeah, probably caught him on his ankle as he was trying to execute a shot there.
And again, the clearance of Wolmers falls straight to a Calabar head. That time it was Joaquin Bryan, who's now gone down, looking like cramp. Hopefully that's all it is. But again, he in that first half was brilliant in both attack and defense, and he started the second half in a very similar way. Just on the hour mark now, and Calabar's Jeremy Miller will be hoping that he is okay to continue, because he has been certainly an X factor this afternoon.
Yeah, has always been providing the right run as well, because so often he's provided that overlap going on the outside of the left wing or whoever is playing on that side. But not too long ago as well, you saw him coming on the inside, so it's clear that he's picking his runs well, noticing where the space is and attacking it. There's going to be a double substitution for Wolmers. We're going to see Rohan Sharp as well as Quano Reed coming in. Alex Wright, the Wolmers goal scorer, and Romy Henry will be making their way off.
And again, Wolmers now just looking for potential avenues to get themselves back into this game. As we said, it's a crucial clash in Zone E. If Calabar hold out and win this game, they will go level on points with Wolmers boys, who currently sit third. And obviously, as we said, this is Calabar's third game of their campaign, Wolmers boys' fourth game. So I mean, it's going to be a huge shift in power in this zone if Calabar are to hold out, and here they do come forward once again. It's Williams again. Good challenge initially. Here's Reed taking up a central position, now shifting it out wide to Edwards. Back inside for Reed. That pass was a bit heavy, but Rankin does well to hold on to it, now using his strength, shifting onto that left foot, and that's a really good play to get it out to the left side. Oh, brilliant play from the fullback, trying to take it all the way, but maybe just a step too far. But again, Wolmers cannot clear their lines. Williams again on it, just looking for an option, but that time he couldn't find anyone. And potentially can Wolmers come forward, but no, the referee says there was an infringement and it's going to be another Calabar free kick. That time it was corner Reed with the foul.
It's going to be a tall task, I think, for Wolmers to get back in this game, not only because of the tactical differences between both teams and the intensity that Calabar are keeping up in this second half as well, not only because of the technical differences between both teams on the day also, but I think this Calabar team certainly, in my estimation, doing the golden rule of football a bit better. They look like they want it more.
Indeed, the desire has been there, and again, every single second ball at the moment is being won by Calabar. And here is Francesco Reed, the diminutive body who's found himself in a defensive midfield position. That time he's giving it away, uncharacteristically loose with that pass, and now Wolmers afforded the opportunity, but again, that's poor from Daniel Scarlett, who's found himself in an offside position. And when you are trailing in a game, excuse me, it was Damar Smith that time, found himself in an offside position. When you're trailing in a game, you have to be alert, you have to be aware, because that was a really good opportunity. They had numbers. In the end, ball ends up back in the hands of Calabar. Here's Rankin, who's been positive since coming on. Cross coming in, player goes down in the box, it falls again to a Calabar player. Here's Rankin. Oh, it's a brilliant bit of skill. Rankin! Oh, and the shot on his right foot blazed over the bar, but I'll tell you what, he looks in the mood today.
Yeah, certainly looks very fresh coming off of the bench, Rankin. And he does look extremely sharp, receiving that pass from Larman, misdirecting his defender, and on his weaker right side, certainly got the power, but the direction lacking from Rankin. And I was mentioning not too long ago how much he looks as if he's developed his game physically from last season. Was really the X factor for Calabar last season when they were advancing through schoolboy football. They would have went to the second round, finished third in their group, and that's another really good pattern of play.
As the ball is in behind for Williams once again, he's got Rankin in the box. Can he find him? It comes to Rankin, he's got so much time, onto his right foot, takes the strike, deflected, and it's in. And Jaheem Rankin is rewarded for his great work so far in this second half. A bit of luck with the finish, but nothing less than Calabar high deserve. And Wolmers are being put to the sword here. 64 minutes in, it's Calabar high 4, Wolmers boys 1.
And you can't say they haven't deserved it. We're just speaking about Rankin and him being the X factor for this team last season. This season, it seems as if he has helped up the wazoo. Really good pass from another substitute, Ronaldinho Williams. And Rankin did well to beat his defender yet again, going on his weaker right side. The execution probably not the best in terms of the shot, but it wrong-footed. You redrive that deflection. And Calabar, yeah, you use the right term, putting Wolmers to the sword.
But can Wolmers come back? Oh my goodness, Leger, I cut you off there, but nearly, just nearly, they got back into it. It was a fantastic save, I believe, by Kedar Miller. Wolmers still in possession. And Calabar, as you say, you are most vulnerable. You've just scored, and the header away. I think he may have been in an offside position. I don't know. The flag stays down, and now it does go up on that far side. And the goalkeeper's gloves have both come off.
Made himself huge for that save, did Kedar Miller. It seems as if it hit his hand at an awkward angle. Here's a cross coming in. I'm wondering if it's how you would have saved it. The landing, maybe his teammate landing on him. But his right arm, right wrist area, certainly in a lot of discomfort is Kedar Miller, but that was a massive save. Wolmers finally working their way through the thirds, finding some space in behind Damar Smith. But Kedar Miller making sure that his net was not bulged a second time.
And again, Wolmers in a flash after conceding, nearly getting their second of the game, but Calabar escaped unscathed that time. And that was a big warning for Calabar. Yes, you're 3 goals up, but you have to remain switched on, remain focused, or you could quite easily let Wolmers back into this game.
Yeah, and of course goal difference is very important in this group stage. We're going to have the second water break now, so I think it's a good opportunity to remind the viewers of how the structure of the Manning Cup is this season. 5 groups of 8. Each team will play each other once. The top 4 from those groups will go on to play each other one more time. And then the top 3 from that will go on to the next round, with the best 4th place also joining them. Here are the goals once again, and Wolmers in the first half really created all their issues, but Calabar have been excellent. First it was Peyton Larman with a stinging shot into the corner, but I think anything after that, it's all been down to Calabar and their excellent play. Really good work, really good crossing, and it was the captain on the day, Kevon Campbell, stealing in at that near post for a central midfielder by trade. That was excellent striker instinct. Romy Smith and his cross. Eventually Alex Wright giving Wolmers a chance right on the stroke of half time. Romy Henry, I beg your pardon, who had put the initial pass in. Francesco Reed waiting on that support. Really good crossing, and Brian Marks stealing at that back post. Excellently worked goal. Really brilliant that finish, but it was excellently worked by Calabar. And then yet again they would execute a play. Good work initially by Ronaldinho Williams. Rankin got a little bit fortunate with the finish, but Calabar certainly have deserved that good fortune. And that was 4-1 so far for Calabar. Wolmers, if they're going to respond, they need to, and they need to soon.
Just ticking over into the 70th minute here at Excelsior. Drop ball, and we're back on the way, cross into the box, and it's headed well wide, and it's going to be a goal kick for Calabar. And I mean, just about 20 minutes here for Wolmers to try and claw their way back into it, because as we said, this game has huge ramifications. If Calabar are to get this victory, they will leapfrog Wolmers on goal difference, and that would be huge going towards the end of this first round of Manning Cup action, as Wolmers once again back in possession. And that time it's given away cheaply. It's going to be a Calabar throw on this near side. Being taken quickly by Reed. Now Rankin.
All the time in the world to pick out Marks, and then he has even more time to pick out Joaquin Bryan, who advances. Play down this left side, crosses blocked, but again, that's really good work from Calabar to win it back. The strike came in, it was blocked again. That's a ball looking for Rankin on that far side. Wolmers defender had to be sure, and he just shepherded it out. Rankin couldn't get there, and it's going to be a goal kick for Wolmers. And I mean, the sense of urgency has to be there at some point for Wolmers, as the goal kick goes right to a Calabar player once again. But here they are, can they fashion an opportunity? Header down the line,
It's a really good header and it comes back to Wolmers here. Little drop of the shoulder, looking for options. He swivels and he finds one on the right side. Marks looking to put on some pressure here against Reed, the substitute. The shot coming in and it's comfortable that time from Kedar Miller.
Yeah, and I think that was made comfortable all because of his positioning. He was always behind that strike. And Calabar again easily advanced through the thirds.
Rankin, oh, that's a potentially fantastic switch, but he's got, I think, a bit too much on it. The idea was there, but execution just lacking quite a bit.
And I think once again this setup for Calabar has caused Wolmer so many issues as they make another change. Another one, well, I'll say Jaquan. This is Jaquan Stewart. He'll be making his way on alongside Davian Smith. That will be the end of O'Brien Marks.
And Joshua Henry, the other player, coming off there for Calabar. This ball is back in play now. Straight back out for another Wolmers throw. Just taken. Calabar win it back, but only momentarily. Now Wolmers looking to come forward again. A forward possession so easily back to Calabar. Here's Rankin. Reed is off on a run. He just lost it behind his back there, but good defending that time by Wolmers. There was actually Jaden Edwards on the overlap that time for Calabar. And the ball's gone out for a Wolmers throw. But I mean, in every facet of the game thus far, Calabar have really and truly been superior to Wolmers boys. They look better in a technical aspect, they look better coached. They look like, as you said earlier, they have a bit more desire. And Wolmers really and truly just haven't been able to give Calabar much of a challenge at all throughout this game.
Yeah, the game is always made much easier when you have the tactical advantage on your opponent, but you have to want it as well. And Calabar certainly have done that. And they're still looking for more goals.
Thought it would have been kept in there as Rankin played it out to Williams, but his cross was well heavy that time.
Again, a lot of kudos has to go to Jeremy Miller as we see the Excelsior team warming up. Of course, it is a double header today. Excelsior taking on St. George's College shortly after this game is completed.
As Wolmers once again look to come forward. Oh, it's brilliant play that time. It's pulled back across. It's a good clearance from Calabar. Now they can look to potentially come away with it. Thought that might have been a foul there, but Calabar do well. It's Williams again, who again, just like Rankin, has been very, very positive since coming on, as they look for the aforementioned Jaheim Rankin, who's going to keep this one in here under so little pressure. He's got acres on the ball, so much time. Cuts inside on that left foot. Rankin takes the shot. Oh, and it's blocked. I believe that was Devon Ricketts, and in the end the block affords Yuri Dryden the time to just come and sweep up. Again, the kick from Dryden goes straight to a Calabar player, but this time Wolmers can win the second ball. Not for long though, and once again Calabar back on it, and Campbell, who's dropped deep, has done very well that time. Again, there's an overlap, but they look to switch it over to Rankin. Decent first touch. He's trying to keep a hold of it, and he's actually done very well as that. Looked to be a handball there, but referee didn't see it, and Wolmers win possession back. Not for long though, as Scarlett gave it away. Can hear some instructions coming from the Calabar bench. As Wolmers win it back, and they potentially could have numbers if they work it well, but Calabar numbers coming back. That's a decent ball out to the right side though. Scarlett's in the box. Can they fashion a cross? Other Wolmers players arriving. Oh, that's a fantastic challenge. Leaves him in a heap. But Wolmers again look to come forward, and that time they get a bit fortunate with the deflection, and it's another crunching challenge coming in. That time, it was Davian Smith, the substitute, who flew into that tackle. Did well to win it, cleanly said the referee, but it is going to be a corner kick for Wolmers, and it's going to be another substitution here, I believe.
And there is St. George's College, Excelsior's opponents in the match after this.
And the substitution is number 13, Ramesh Sims, going to be replaced by number 14, Christopher Reed. There is Reed pictured on your screen. And as time continues to tick away, you have to assume if Wolmers want something, they need to get a goal here soon. As that corner kick from the angle we were looking at might have crept in at the near post, but in the end it goes behind without really troubling Kedar Miller. And Calabar once again can come forward here. Ball out wide to Reed. And so many players for Calabar have had a fantastic afternoon. Reed again, combining with Jaden Edwards. We've got a player out wide and they've found him well.
Nobody knowing they don't.
And there's no real pressure being put on by Wolmers, who look like all the spirit has left them, as it's the header that I think he was trying to get it back to his goalkeeper. They're at 6s and 7s in the box are Wolmers, but eventually they get it clear with Ricketts. But Calabar so comfortable in possession. It's so easy for them. Kevin Campbell, as you can hear, caught on the mic, instructions just to keep the ball, force Wolmers to run around, chase them, and again they win it back, and again it's that man in the middle, Kevin Campbell. I mean, he's barely put a foot wrong this afternoon.
Yeah, whether it has been in an advanced position or deeper, he certainly has had an impact on this game. So too the number 8, Francesco Reed, but also Joaquin Bryan. We really could list off names all day. His Calabar performance has, despite being an under-19 game, certainly has been professional.
As we're going to have a drop ball here, but I'm going to put you on the spot a bit here, Leger, as this Calabar performance has been really, really impressive. And coming into this game, people may have favored Wolmers. Looking at the results, they've had similar results, but this is a statement performance. And in terms of this Calabar team, after watching them today, where do you think this would stack them up in terms of the entirety of the Manning Cup? Obviously, Mona High still lead the group, maybe anticipated still to win it. But in terms of Calabar, where do you think this leaves them?
I think this is, at the very least, one of the more interesting and better tactical performances I've seen at this stage of the Manning Cup. And I think it really has impressed me. This Calabar team is also of a pretty good physical level. I'm not quite sure how far they will go as yet, because so much football is still left to be played, but it certainly has been a very impressive performance. Of course, Calabar, they are a school that made it to the second round last season, finished 3rd in their second round group, were eliminated in the round of 16 of the Walker Cup.
I will just take a break here as Rankin looking to drive down the line. Oh, he skipped past another challenge, but in the end he just couldn't find a way to dig out the cross.
Yeah, probably chose the wrong foot to try and get that cross in with. Opted for his left, but could have went around it with his right. But yeah, this Calabar team, they have returned a lot of players, 9 from that team, but they have changed coach, and I have to give a lot of credit to Jeremy Miller. A very experienced coach was at the helm in Andrew Price. For the past 3 seasons, Jeremy Miller was one of their assistants. Also coached for some time the under-16 team at Calabar. So he does know the program really well, and he has come in, he has added a new flavor. It must be said though that performance against Mona was a bit worrying at times. They didn't quite look at it, but even after the game, he was very confident, Jeremy Miller, that his team was much better than what they showed, and on the evidence of this, they certainly are.
And here's Rankin going from left to right. It's beautiful combination play. Williams pulls it back, and that would have been a truly fantastic goal as it started with Rankin on the right. He came across, they worked it well, interplay wherever you look, and the shot that time just went over the bar. But again, you see Calabar just fashioning opportunities so well. As we're going to have a Wolmer substitution here. Going off is Kevon Holloway, and replacing him is Jair Hay. And Holloway's, after that early shot in the first half, he's struggled to make his mark on the game, as have much of the Wolmers players this afternoon.
Yeah, certainly hasn't had as big an impact as I would have expected, but Calabar have done a very good job of nullifying and stunting the spaces that he would love to operate in. That space, especially in between the defensive and midfield lines. But here come Wolmers now. It's a tame shot coming in from Christopher Reed. Rankin trying to keep that one in, but the touch was poor, and that's good composure shown by the substitute Edwards. And here comes Francesco Reed.
Oh, he's been brilliant all day, and he looks fantastic once again. Maybe just took it a step too far, but the dribbling on display was fantastic. Calabar still on it here, looking to potentially fashion another opportunity to make it 5. And it's going to be a foul and a free kick here for Calabar in another dangerous position.
Peyton Larman, the man who would have scored the first goal in the contest, got things underway, and probably that was a little bit of a warning of what we should expect from this game.
Two players initially standing over the free kick for Calabar, but now has been left. Calabar still committing men forward here. Just a couple in the box, but the huge figure of Jaquan Stewart makes his way towards this back stick. Can they pick him out? It's in the box. It's a brilliant cross, and in the end it's a good save from Yuri Dryden, as Rankin just looking for a bit of an acrobatic effort. That time it was comfortable enough for the Wolmerian goalkeeper.
Yeah, and he really has been putting himself about Jaheim Rankin.
As the throw-in is taken by Calabar, and they will look to go forward once more. Again, it's good hold-up play in the middle of the park by Larmond. As I said, that he's giving it away. They're looking to win it back, and they nearly do so. And again, they're just looking to swarm around the ball. This time it's falling out wide to another Wolmer's body. Again, it's really good defending from Calabar, and it's going to be a free kick won by Kevon Campbell. How many times have we said his name this afternoon? As we're going to have another substitution here. And it looks to be a Calabar substitution, as Jamario Hansen will make way and be replaced here by Dujon Martin. Just keeping legs fresh at the back is Jeremy Miller, as his team have afforded him an easy afternoon. It's been comfortable for large portions of this game for Calabar, as they've really and truly dominated Wolmers. They could have an opportunity here, but it's good defending again, and he's actually won his team a throw-in, has Davian Smith. But so comfortable in every facet of the game. 5 minutes plus added time to play here. And if you've just joined us, you've missed domination from Calabar High over Wolmer's boys. It's been a resounding performance.
4-1 probably doesn't do it justice.
I agree with Jay, as they could have had quite a few more opportunities in that first half. So many times they sort of snatched at shots, as it looks to have gone out again for a goal kick. But here they had so many opportunities where their press worked so well for them in that first half, and they snatched at opportunities, and maybe with a bit more composure, maybe on another day, the scoreline could have ballooned to some silly numbers. Back in play for Calabar. Back out of play for another Calabar throw. Jaden Edwards did well to win it. And he's one of the substitutes. And I mean, to be fair to them, all their substitutes this afternoon, Calabar, have come on and made a real difference. Edwards, in particular, down this right-hand side, marauding from right back, has helped their attack immensely, but his defensive duties have been done quite well. As you can see him putting on the pressure there. And as you said, the strength and depth that they have here at Calabar is quite impressive. Again, just looking to come forward as it's an easy pass through the lines. If you can find Rankin, can this be number 5? Rankin skips past the challenge, pulls it back. Williams is there. It's a poor first touch, looking for space to fashion a shot, but he's been crowded out, trying to force his way between two defenders. Calabar still have it here, and a shot coming in from the edge of the box from Peyton Larmon, looking for his second of the game. That time it was well over the bar. Goal kick taken, and everything, as we say now, is just a matter of formality, as this game is finished as a contest. Wolmers again looking for a potential consolation. Good bit of skill on this left side, looking to make his way past his defender, but it's great defending. And I think he's a bit unlucky there on that far side, is Davian Smith, because I thought he marshaled well, and in the sliding challenge maybe just a bit overzealous, as Damar Smith did well to win the free kick.
Yeah, the tough tackles haven't stopped coming in from Calabar.
Free kick coming in for Wolmers, and as we said, the second game of our doubleheader is coming up shortly after the end of this one. Excelsior High taking on St. George's College. We'll give you a bit more of that after this free kick comes in for Wolmers. Free kick taken short, opportunity for a shot at goal, and the keeper was rooted. Maybe he saw it well wide that time. The shot came in from Jair Hay as we trickle over shortly into the end of this fixture. But it's a massive game coming up in our feature game in Zone A. Two teams that will be looking to make a splash when we head into the second round of this competition. Two teams that will want to make it into the second round in Excelsior and St. George's. And as things stand in that group, just to give you a bit of insight, as Calabar played out again so easily. St. Jago currently lead that group on 9 points after 3 games played. Excelsior have only played 2 games. They've won both. They've yet to concede, scoring 9 goals. As I said, they're in second on 6 points. Joint there by St. George's College, also on 6 points, but they've already played 3 games. So if St. George's Excelsior have an unfinished game, they're leading Jonathan Gant by 2 goals to 0, but that game will be finished at a later date. But we're 34 minutes in that game, and it will be finished up on Thursday for Excelsior. But as I said, 2 teams that really have big aspirations, and Excelsior, with a win today, could see themselves into a commanding position as a ball in behind, looking for Williams, pulls it across. It's a good save that time from Dryden. Nobody really coming in for Calabar, as it was Joaquin Bryan actually on that left side playing the cross in, as we're going to have 3 minutes of added time at the end of this second half. 3 more minutes for Calabar to just hold on, look to keep this 3-goal advantage. As we said, goal difference is massive in this zone. As things stand, Calabar would have superior goal difference if the scoreline stays like this, as Wolmers look to get a goal that could change things. As the cross comes in, it's unsure by the goalkeeper. It's come across and it's blocked so brilliantly that time. It looked like Dujuan Martin coming in as his keeper vacated his net, and Calabar even in the 91st minute, showing great effort, Leger.
Yeah, still putting their bodies on the line, and they needed to there because it almost seemed certain that Wolmers were going to get a goal, another one in this game. They still might.
They still might indeed, as the ball is played across the box. Can Wolmers fashion a shot here? They do. It's a venomous effort, but Kedar Miller, as he has been so often this afternoon, reliable in the save. As Calabar clear their lines and the ball is out for our Wolmers. So as we take another look at this here,
Hey, we stop trying to play outside.
good drop of the shoulder, good bit of play, getting the ball into the box. And again, it was a bit of unsure goalkeeping, but that shot and the block that came in was such a brilliant one at the last ditch. But you have to say, in that position, he has to do better there, the Wolmer and attacker.
Yeah, had so much of the goal to aim for, but a very good block coming in nonetheless.
Calabar still trying to hold on to this 3-goal advantage. The win is in the bag. Wolmers now again trying to come forward, trying to get just another goal, help out the goal difference. Good strength there shown by Wolmers. Now they come down the line. It's a good challenge there, thrown in by Dijon Martin. It's going to be a late corner kick here for Wolmers. Just about 30 seconds left to play in this game. Maybe the last chance for them to potentially get a consolation goal as they get the ball towards the edge of the box. It's chested down and the shot comes in, and it's very, very tame from Damar Smith, and that really and truly sums up the afternoon for Wolmers as Calabar get it forward. And he thought for sure the referee would have blown for a foul there, but in the end, ball comes away, Calabar come away with it, and it's just a matter of time now for Calabar as they look to put the finishing touches on what has been a brilliant afternoon. Can they get one more goal as they try and come forward? Wolmers win it back, and that indeed is full time here at Excelsior High. An absolutely fantastic performance from Calabar High School, coming in and dominating from minute 1 to minute 93. Goals in the game from Kevon Campbell, Peyton Larmond, O'Brien Marks, and Jaheim Rankin for Calabar mean that they have come away from this game commanding winners. The final scoreline is Calabar 4, Wolmers 1. And we'll be back shortly with full game highlights and stats after this.
See it happen
on CVM TV.
See it happen on CVM TV. That's what he's trying to say. See it happen on CVM TV. Thank you. See it happen.
See it happen.
It's time.
Welcome to High School Pitchside. We have another fascinating episode for you.
More matches, more big clashes.
Let's talk about some of the big rivalries coming up this week.
More of your favorite features.
And trust me, you won't fall asleep in this history class.
And of course, we always want to hear from you.
Hear from your alma mater's players and coaches in Team Talk.
You know we can't leave you out. So send us your messages on social media and watch us react on FanView.
And you know we love a good little debate, right, Gio?
We've got you covered all season long on High School Pitchside.
High School Pitchside, your ultimate guide to all things schoolboy football, Thursdays at 8 p.m. on CVM TV. Let's delve deep into the issues. We'll take you beneath the surface.
Greetings and salutations. My name is Orville Higgins, and it's another edition of Fan Central.
Talking to the people at the heart of the top sporting stories. Hear from your favorite sportsmen and women and the administrators who work tirelessly to make it all happen. It's a live sports talk.
I've written an entire article.
Yeah.
Looking at all the major issues every Tuesday at 9 p.m. It's Fan Central.
Back here live on CVM TV. If you're just joining us, full-time scoreline was Calabar High 4, Wolmers Boys 1. And we're gonna just bring you through some full-time highlights here. This was the early goal, putting the pressure on the Wolmers goalkeeper, and the ball fell to Peyton Larmond, whose strike was true, and slammed it into the bottom corner, and that was a goal inside 1 minute for Calabar. Early lead, and that lead would soon be doubled after some brilliant play down the right side. Inch perfect cross, but it was all about the finish from Kevon Campbell. Truly brilliant. But Wolmers would try and come back, have an opportunity to strike at goal. That time it was a really good save from Kedar Miller. As the strike came in, he was at full stretch, did well to clear it away. Francesco Reed though came down the line, got the ball back towards his captain on the swivel. Kevon Campbell stung the gloves of Yuri Dryden that time. But the score remained 2-0. Not for long, as brilliant play on the right side from Kishan Lewis got the ball into the box, and it fell eventually to Kevon Holloway, who showed great strength, and it was a fantastic strike, rattling the crossbar. But Calabar retained their lead, and they nearly had a 3-goal lead here as the ball, poor defending, and it was in behind for Calabar. Peyton Larmond almost had his second but couldn't find either corner. Wolmers would come forward once again. Lewis once again down the right side, played a good ball into the box. It was laid off, and it was a good strike with a very, very good save from Kedar Miller, who was equal to it and equal to pretty much everything this afternoon for Calabar. But the goal would come for Wolmers. Good work down the right, played back across. The touch was a poor one initially from Daniel Scarlett, but Alex Wright was there in the right place at the right time. Fox in the box, turn it home for 2-1 on the stroke of half time. But in the second half, Calabar continued to dominate. Ball across the box, Reed couldn't turn it in. But this, just moments later, brilliant cross, brilliant header from O'Brien Marks, leaving the goalkeeper rooted. What a great header that was. And then the fourth goal, putting the finishing touches on it. Ronaldinho Williams just picking his head up, playing a ball across the box for the substitute ranking skid passer challenge. And he got a bit fortunate with the deflection off of Davon Ricketts. But nonetheless, he added the fourth goal for Calabar. And he rounded off what was a quite brilliant performance. Wolmer still had some opportunities towards the end of the game. Cross came in, but a fantastic save again from Kedar Miller, who proved a wall between the sticks for Calabar. Here is a ball in behind, looking for the run. Pass came across, but it was a good save, and Wolmers didn't really have too much else to do. This was another big chance that came in. It was a chance for Quana Reed, but again, the block came in from Calabar. That was with just 2 minutes left, and the desire was great throughout the game. And Calabar were truly fantastic. As we see, look at the full-time stats. Calabar had 22 shots to Wolmers Boys 14, 10 on target, 4 of which they converted. A lot of fouls played in. Possession, Wolmers had most of it, but Calabar made the most of their possession with just 42%. Just now we have Jenny Robinson, who's on the pitch with some interviews, so we're going to go to her quickly before coming back with the top striker.
And And I'm here with the head coach of Wolmers boys, Mr. Jerome Waite. 4-1 is the result at the end of this encounter, not the result you would have wanted today. Can you just analyze your team's performance for me?
But before we even go into that, congrats to the Calabar, team. I think they did well. Today it was really not easy, as you know. 1 o'clock is not easy to encounter with. As a result of that, one of my players collapsed and he's now at the medical associate. We are trying to see, what is going on. But is a little time from now, I'll find out. But it wasn't an easy game, and Calabar looked the better unit. I mean, they were second to the ball at all times, and we're still making too many mistakes in the back.
Well, you speak to me about your athlete who would have collapsed on the field in the first half. Do you think that hydration would have been a factor adding to that, and of course the weather?
The weather is a factor, and he's one who has asthma also. So that is one of the major factors.
Well, Wolmers, you guys have to go back into the training ground and fix a few things. Talk to me about some of those things that you would have analyzed in today's game that you would want to fix for the rest of the remainder of the season.
Well, one of the things is, get the players to believe in themselves some more. As you know, it's a young unit, and there's a good thing going for the future, but with defensive organization still need to work on, as well as the midfield man and the offense. It's all the areas.
Well, a bit of work for you to do, Coach Waite. All the best for the rest of the season.
All right, thanks.
And there you have it, head coach of Wolmers boys. And now we're joined by the head coach of Calabar High. He has a smile on his face. Talk to me about your boys' performance today and how satisfied you are with it.
I mean, well, we got the win, so we're definitely satisfied. But I think I'm more satisfied with the manner in which they came out and played the intensity. They followed the game plan, and they look more like what I know they can look like. So I'm very pleased with the performance today.
Do you believe, as you've watched your boys perform so far in the season, that they're adapting to your philosophy?
Yeah, slowly but surely. I mean, I've had these boys a long time, so I expected it to come about sooner. But today really showed that they're getting it. So we'll just build on this going forward.
All right, thank you, Coach, and all the best for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Thank you, and there you've had it from both coaches of Calabar High and Wolmers boys. Stay tuned for the second encounter.
And just before we wrap up, as we saw full time here, Calabar 4, Wolmers 1. But now we're going to take a look at the top striker. Top striker of this game was the captain of Calabar, Kevon Campbell. 1 goal today, but he was really and truly all over the pitch. The top striker brought to you by Bert Otto. As we saw, fantastic goal. 1 goal today. It was a brilliant one, stealing at the near post. Fantastic finish. But beyond that goal, even in that second half when he was asked to drop deeper, he was fantastic in every facet of the game. Defending, going forward, winning challenges, distributing the ball. Everything Kevon Campbell did was truly brilliant today. And he is your top striker for this afternoon. As we said, full time here. The final score between these two sides, it was Calabar High 4, Wolmers boys 1. And we're going to take a quick break, but remember, our feature game of this afternoon is coming up shortly. Big game in Zone A, Excelsior High hosting St. George's College. We'll be right back after this, but keep it locked to CVM TV.
CVM Sports ISSA Schoolboy Football is brought to you by KFC, Ping Pong, Catch, Water, Pringles, Shoe Shake, Powerade, Bert's Auto Parts.
Crunch your craving with the value menu from KFC. With combos starting at just $620. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Increase the tempo. Come on, through shake and go. Flavors feel nice, nutrition for your lifestyle. Come on, through shake and go. The net we are keep. Schoolboy football season a keep. Come on, through shake and go. Try these delicious new flavors today. Chocolate, vanilla, peanut, and butter pecan. Come on, through shake and go.
Welcome back to High School Pittside.
Every dream conquered is another dream game. I land and I fly again like a jet plane. Headed straight in your direction. 'Cause I'm wiser, one step closer. I'm winning 'cause I work so hard. And the music is to play, and the people them I say we are my show tonight.
Welcome back to High School Pittside. It's the season 4 debates, and we have our own version on High School Pittside. ISSA President Keith Wellington says late withdrawals from the Da Costa Cup have left some groups with as few as 3 teams, forcing adjustments to balance those groups. Group C, L, and M only had 3 teams. However, schools from adjoining parishes had to be transferred to those groups to ensure adequate matches in those groups. With this logistic nightmare, Gio and Ronaldo will debate this issue. So boys, should ISSA penalize schools for late withdrawals? Ronaldo, your first minute starts now.
Listen, I want to know my narrative and my agenda already. I cannot tolerate slackness. So yes, ISSA should continue to impose punishment and whatever is required to set a standard and maintain said standard. We can't want to matriculate and want to improve our product if we are making excuses and condoning foolishness. You understand what I'm saying? So yes, whether they're going to, I'm not sure what the exact punishment would be, whether they're going to dock points or take away goals. I'm not sure what the exact punishment would be, but I am for punishing when, especially a late withdrawal. Come on. We have something that we're working toward. We're trying to attract more viewers, especially to the Da Costa Cup, because if we're being real, more people are fans of the
Time.
All right.
Well, there you have it. Gio, your 1 minute begins now.
No, I don't think ISSA should punish the schools that decide to withdraw late from the competition. I mean, a lot of these schools are not schools with big football programs. You don't know how the finances of these schools are. A lot of schools, I know for a fact, my alma mater, the Carter College, have a Facebook group, and a lot of the times there are people in the Facebook group having to come in and then ask some money to buy gears or to buy food for the boys on camp. So if schools do go in with the genuine intention of putting in a genuine effort, and not every school has a big program, you know, so you're going with a genuine effort, you do try your best, it does not work out, you have to withdraw. It is sad. Probably we can discuss ways in which probably ISSA can provide better equilibrium or resources among our schools. So not only schools that have private investors or very active alma maters or old boy associations, can perform at the highest level. It's difficult, but it's schoolboy football in the day. These are, for some schools, it's literally just physical education, sadly. So, I mean, it's tough for us to go and lay down the law and say,
Time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Do
very
I have
much.
a rebuttal?
No, you don't have a rebuttal.
I have just
Ronaldo.
one question.
Thank you very much.
When did you know that you can't?
There are no rebuttals, Ronaldo.
Right?
Well, viewers, you've heard it from both panelists, Ronaldo and Gio, and the decision is left in my hands. So, the winner of this debate is, drum roll please, Giovanni Brady.
Oh my God, I demand a recount. I demand a recount.
No.
There was only one vote.
Well, the reason why, let me give you the reason why.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I do agree with some schools not being able to have the resources now. What I would tell ISSA to do is there should be a criteria before you enter the schoolboy football season. And if you don't meet that criteria, then it would mitigate having to do late withdrawals because you don't have the adequate things for the ISSA schoolboy football competition.
I'm still going to ask. Hold on, I'm still going to ask. When is it that you did not know that you are not going to have all the resources required to compete?
That is why they need a deadline, in my opinion. So for instance, you're going to go through a period of preseason training, you're going to play a few matches, you will be able to know whether or not you can manage 3.5 months of football. From that, then I think they will sift themselves out. Now, where I can agree with you is that schools who are established, if there's a case that they withdraw, then you need some punishment, because let's be for real.
There has to be a standard. So I do get where you're coming from and I see your points, but I do agree that the overarching body needs to have a standard that is set from the get-go.
Well, it's alright, Ginny. Must say that on Geo payroll, but
it's 1-1 next week.
Here is our Powerade hydration tip of the day. Stay ahead of thirst. Don't wait until you feel thirsty to drink. Take small sips of water or sports drinks like Powerade before, during, and after the game to keep your body fueled and performing at its best. And with that, we take another break here on High School Pitchside, and we will return right after this.
Crispy, creamy, what a catch, so tasty. What a catch, with a caramel center. What a catch, and so much chocolate, ooh yeah. First it's crispy, then it's creamy, with so much chocolate, smooth and milky. And when you go a little deeper, you find caramel, ooh yeah. What a catch, oh, what a catch, you know we love you. What a catch, oh. First it's crispy, then it's creamy. What a catch.
Team, we need to pass the ball quicker, much quicker. And you need to make sure. I'm the coach. And I'm the assistant coach. No. Your job is to bring the water and keep us hydrated. Matter of fact, where's the water? I've got it, coach.
CVM Sports ISSA Schoolboy Football is brought to you by KFC, Ping Pong, Catch, Water, Pringles, Shoe Shake, Powerade, Burt's Auto Parts. St. George's College, the 22-time Manning Cup champions. And a lot will be expected of the home team. And we expect that the supporters of Excelsior High will...
Yeah, we're here at Excelsior High School. Huge game, heavily anticipated game. Excelsior, the home team, of course. A Zone A clash, they'll be taking on St. George's College. You see both teams walking out. Courtesy, of course, in the second game, we'll have the national anthem for this clash. Huge contest, but it will begin. The festivities will begin after the anthem. Try.
Check.
9.
I'm not hearing anything. I'm hearing
ISSA. Yeah. Schoolboy football. The festivities starting now. Festivities starting now. Both teams greeting each other. My name is Leger Williams. I'll be your color analyst for this contest. Of course, Jordan Fort will join me in short order. Excelsior off to a flying start in their campaign. 2 wins and probably another one in waiting as they will finish their contest with the noon on Thursday. But here are the referees for today. Malachi Reed, the head referee, Sean McClarty, Jermaine Page, the assistants. There's the Excelsior unit. A lot of experience, a lot of youth, but a very, very quality team. The man furthest left in the shot at the bottom of your picture that you just saw, Kimarley Scott, certainly a danger man in this game, practically for any opponent in the Manning Cup. St. George's, of course, they have danger men of their own. Kimarley Scott now the captain of this Excelsior unit. One of the captains at very least. St. George's and their captain, Matthew Spence, his 4th season playing in the Manning Cup, has already scored a lovely free kick this season against Holy Trinity in what was a comeback victory for St. George's. The official captain for Excelsior, Terrence Williams, one of their holding midfielders. So 2 number 8s as the captains. You can see the National Stadium in the distance. There is the Excelsior lineup: Jamari Gordon, Aldina Walters, Rajon Small, Nick Wayne Patrick, Shamari Chambers, Terrence Williams, the danger man Kimarley Scott, another one, Damarley Williams, Kivan Salmon, Shaquan White, and Demario White. They're coached by Keon Broderick. St. George's College, Jordan Knight in goal, Joel Anjani French, Matthew Spence, Ryland Frey Campbell, Dominic Thompson, Jordan Bairu, Kevon Brown, Demar Wallace, Malik Wright, Rolando Lawrence, Khalil Thompson. Of course, they're coached by Neville Burtis Bell. As I said, the National Stadium in the distance, Excelsior just down the road from that historic venue for football and track and field. But we're going to focus on football today, and hopefully some lovely football as these two teams tend to produce. St. George's College get us off. Let's see what sort of game they will produce. They've already fallen to a team in green and gold this season, and that's an early chance for Excelsior. The aforementioned Kimberly Scott racing away, but sharp action coming in from the St. George's goalkeeper on the day. Excelsior, the team in the early ascendancy in this game.
All right, so Excelsior looking to put the early pressure on St. George's College, and they'll have their home support here at their school venue. And I must comment on the quality of the pitch here at Excelsior High School, unrecognizable from how I remember it a few years ago. I can tell you it's a lot more grass, and the ball seems to be moving around reasonably well. Well, this Excelsior team will look to make use of that ball to the best of their ability. St. George's College, as Leger said, hunting a crucial 3 points. They lost their opening game before winning back-to-back games in this group. Lost to St. Jago High on their opening day. Lost 1-0 before going on to beat Holy Trinity 3-1 and beat Heidel by 2-0. There's Excelsior again.
Attacking down the right hand side. One of their danger men do operate on that side, Kivan Salmon. That's a late challenge coming in, but no call from the referee. And it was Kivan Salmon, that left-footed danger man, as I would have mentioned, trying to find some inroads into this St. George's defense.
With number 11 for Excelsior. Here they go again down that right side. St. George's College win it back and now try to launch an attack of their own, St. George's College. But ball intercepted. Comes back out to this right hand side for Excelsior. They go again down the right flank. Excelsior. And a foul is called this time. Number 11, Kivon Salmon, already causing some issues for the St. George's College on their left hand side. That's St. George's left hand side of defense, and Excelsior's right hand side.
And there will be a change in jersey for both goalkeepers. There's St. George's and their custodian Jordan Knight. Neville Burtis Bell giving him a pink jersey instead of the green. That would have been an obvious clash with the green of Excelsior, but I'll say what I say every year doing schoolboy football and the Jamaica Premier League for that matter. Why aren't these things picked up on before the game has begun? You see them in the lineup, you see them prior to the game.
Ball coming across now for Excelsior. Headed back out, and Excelsior back in control. Comes a switch to the right hand side for the Excelsior team. Trying to get across the face of goal, and the ball is dangerously bouncing in that goal area. And St. George's College getting away temporarily. Here comes a shot from distance now. Blocked. And it will roll out of play for a throw-in to Excelsior. Shamari Chambers take a long throw. That's a useful long throw from Chambers. Headed out by St. George's College. Ball comes back out to Chambers. Chambers tries to play it into the box. Again, blocked. This time by Khalil Thompson of St. George's College. So, the early pressure here being applied by Excelsior in the first 5 minutes of this contest. The home team looking to make this pressure count. And George's College again doing the defending. It's a 50-50 challenge. A couple of 50-50 duels, and St. George's College come away with it. But only temporarily. They're put under immediate pressure by Excelsior, who win the ball back. Good work there using the space. And Excelsior now lose out. St. George's College trying to pass it around and play the ball forward. Unsuccessful in doing so. Ball back with Excelsior. Excelsior tried to come on the left-hand side now through Shamari Chambers. Chambers forced to go back to his defender temporarily. Gets the ball back. Here's an opportunity now for St. George's College. Early ball played. Goalkeeper alert to the danger though. It's left his line. And it comes to claim.
Yeah, Jamar Gordon, one of the returning players for Excelsior this season, also had to change his jersey as well to a pink one.
Here come Excelsior on the right hand side. Ball played across, not dealt with. And the St. George's College defense looking a bit shaky. Here come Excelsior again. That ball is deflected out of place. Gonna be an Excelsior corner.
Yeah, and that time it was the skipper, Terrence Williams, on that right hand side. There is Keon Broderick, his second season at the helm for Excelsior. Third season, I beg your pardon, formerly of Vauxhall High.
It's an in-swinging cross, and it's met by an Excelsior head, but the ball goes harmlessly wide. Shamari Chambers has found himself in the action quite a bit. Coach Neville Bertis-Bell is hoping that his forwards will find themselves into the action soon. They've been on the back foot in this first 7.5 minutes. St. George's College, as we told you, they lost their opening game. They want to be losing too many more. Try to survive this Excelsior pressure, early pressure in this contest. Foul won by Excelsior, and this is in a good area for a free kick. Not a perfect type of area, it's a center. Not really much of an angle, but still a decent area for Excelsior to be able to try to profit from this. Damarley Williams, player Leger, has singled out as one of the danger men for Excelsior, standing over this free kick.
National under-17 representative.
Straight into the wall, that one from Williams. Tries another shot. Deflected, but comes to the Excelsior forward. Some neat skills. One-time shot taken from outside the box.
It was Demario White attempting that one.
Instructions being barked out. St. George Excelsior again on the right hand side. Tries to, I'm not sure if that was a shot or an attempted cross. I think it was a shot. The angle though, I believe, was prohibitive, but
yeah, should have cut that one back. There was ample support. Damarley Williams peeling off to the penalty spot. Damarley Scott does have that striker's instinct, always looking to get a shot off.
Cross coming in, and it's met by a St. George's College head. Not convincingly, but at the back post, cleared away by St. George's College. And now the light blues of North Street have possession. Lost it though. Demario White on this left-hand side for Excelsior. Couple of defenders though, they are doing their job manfully. Kevon Brown coming across for St. George's College to ensure there is no further danger. It's going to be a goal kick to STGC. 10 minutes played, 0-0. Excelsior looking the most dangerous, or the more dangerous of the two teams. Of course, that counts for absolutely nothing unless the ball finds its way across the goal line. St. George's College with a foray into the Excelsior half. Shot blocked and an opportunity to launch an early counter-attack for Excelsior. Here come Excelsior. This is a chance for a shot on goal. Played over the bar. And St. George's College breathe a sigh of relief. Terrence Williams, it was, trying to rob the goalkeeper on that occasion. Comes St. George's College now down the right hand side. It's a cross coming in. Easy though for the goalkeeper to deal with.
That's a big clearance, you know. And here's Salmon again.
Looking for teammates. St. George's College getting back well in defense. But more pressure to come from Excelsior on this right hand side. Cut back. Shot taken from the right hand side. Acute angle. Not able to find the target.
That was Shaquan White advancing from right back. You can actually see there in the background
the assistant wasn't happy with the placement of the ball there for the goal kick. And St. George's College will have to repel another Excelsior wave. And here comes a ball across the face of goal. And just a bit out of the reach. But again, another ball played across, and Kimarley Scott causing problems, of course, for the St. George's College defense. Again, it was almost an in-between shot and a pass. Here we are again, Leger.
Yeah, Kimarley Scott peeling away this time. I believe he was looking for the pass for Damari Williams.
Yeah, it looked like a pass, didn't it?
Well done, BJ! Well done,
There's Ryland Frey Campbell
on this right hand side for St. George's College, and tries to get the cross in but cannot beat Shamari Chambers. And the ball will go out for a St. George's College corner kick.
Yeah, rare foray for St. George's into Excelsior territory.
To him! Jump now! Jump now!
Free Campbell is going to use his left foot to play an in-swinging corner, but not a great corner.
That's a tough challenge. St. George's and their captain Matthew Spence taking out Kivan Salmon. Both players up on their feet now. Well, Matthew Spence is still down actually. Would have gotten the double whammy of not only a tough landing but having Kivan Salmon land on him.
Yeah, I'd love to see that one again because there was no foul called by the referee. I wonder if we have that one slower. I wonder if we have a slower version of that replay. Here we are. Does he get the ball first, Leger? Is it man first? Is it ball first?
I think it might be a very close combination of both. One thing I know for sure, it was a very tough challenge. Dare I say a striker's challenge, because that's where Matthew Spence has been deployed for the past few seasons. As I mentioned, this is his 4th season playing Manning Cup football for St. George's College.
You know, Leger, I didn't have you as a politician, but that was a very politically correct answer.
I try my best, especially nowadays.
Shamari Chambers with a long throw into the box. He finds the target and it goes over the keeper, and it's a goal for Excelsior. 1-0 to the home team. That was a smart finish by number 9 Kimali Scott, and Excelsior with a deserved lead. The early pressure has finally told St. George's College now will have to play from behind.
It was bound to happen. It really was bound to happen. And you use the perfect word there, smart. That's what Kimberly Scott does, and does so well. Always finds the right angles to finish, always finds the right space to finish. Used his body so well, controlled it well. And the goalkeeper just dinked it over him slightly. Excellent finish from Kimberly Scott, picking up right where he left off last season, where he was the most devastating goal scorer in Manning Cup season.
Fourth goal of the season for Kimberly Scott. The Excelsior number 9 creating all sorts of problems, and here come Excelsior again. This ball is played through. Does the flag stay down? No, it doesn't. Flag goes up offside. So all the pressure coming from Excelsior, and you have to say that they deserve that lead because they've been creating opportunity after opportunity. Here comes St. George's College now, trying to play this one out to the right hand side. Khalil Thompson. That challenge came in on Frey Campbell from Demario White of Excelsior. Penalised though. It's a St. George's College free kick. Ball played over the top. That's a decent effort. Saw what he was trying.
Excelsior really have been overwhelming this St. George's unit, making good use of their home turf.
Yeah, and the recent history, the matches they've played since 2012, just 3 matches, Excelsior with 1 win, and 2 of the other matches, or the 2 other matches ending in drawn results. Excelsior with 4 goals to St. George's College 3. The 1 win for Excelsior came in the first round of the 2016 competition, a 1-0 win. The other results, 1-1 and 2-1. So not much has separated these 2 teams in recent history, and it's already a 1-0 lead for Excelsior early in this contest.
Yeah, and what I will say is that Excelsior certainly has come on leaps and bounds under the tutelage of Keon Broderick the past 3 seasons. And they certainly have a very imposing team this season. I would actually go as far as saying that they're certainly one of the, in that group of favourites at least, for the Manning Cup.
Yeah, another corner that does not beat the man at the front post for St. George's College. First one was from the opposite side.
There's never Bertis Bell, one of the most decorated coaches in the history of Jamaican schoolboy football. 15 titles as the head coach of St. George's, and also, if you want to get technical, also had a Walker Cup success with Camperdown while he was there as the assistant. Also the former Jamaica under-20 national coach. Doesn't quite have the same talent
as in recent years, does he?
Yeah.
And it's showing now. Excelsior come forward again. This one played into the box, cleared away, headed back in. St. George's College with a lot of numbers back behind the ball. Excelsior though playing through the lines. Demarley Williams. And Chambers has been doing some damage on this left hand side as well. Ball comes back out to Chambers. And now it's going to be a one-time cross.
That many numbers in the box, but it will fall to Kevin Salmon on the right-hand side.
Comes again, Salmon. Is he going to look for a cross? This one too close to the goalkeeper and easily taken.
You did mention that these two teams haven't met often in schoolboy football, under 19 schoolboy football as of late. There was a very significant game between the two teams back in 2013. That being the 2013 Walker Cup semi-final, where Excelsior actually got the better of St. George's. Excelsior would go on to lose that final in 2013 to Wolmers boys. Maybe something that would give you a little better feeling, Jordan.
Step up. BJ, get back now.
Yeah, used to success being a Wolmerian Leger. Sporting success and otherwise. St. George's College team, a team of course, obviously used to success. 22 Manning Cup titles for St. George's College. Second only to Jamaica College with 31. There's a support though for the Excelsior High School. Excelsior with 7 Manning Cup triumphs.
Yeah, the 5th most in that regard. Also 7 Walker Cup titles for Excelsior. Only Kingston College and their opponents today, St. George's, have more.
Ball comes into the box and a shot. Not on target though for the St. George's College number 10 Ryland Frey Campbell.
You want that one back, you know. One of their talisman, Ryland Frey Campbell, has been featured since a very tender age in the Manning Cup. His 3rd season in the competition. I would say it's probably second only to Ronaldo Lawrence. He would be their talisman.
Hey, step up! Shot pass! Shot pass, you play, not watching.
You know, Leger, some Jamaican nicknames are recycled through every generation. Pretty sure there's a short boss in every generation.
Step up and leave it.
Most definitely.
Step up and leave it.
St. George is struggling to win those midfield battles.
Comes St. George's College now with an opportunity to attack Frey Campbell. This one forward and a bit of a hesitation from the Excelsior defense.
Chuck him!
This one goes past everyone and will be comfortably claimed by Jamari Gordon.
Hey, go around.
Excelsior look to build an attack again. The pass, not the best.
Excelsior again on the charge. Skips by 1, skips by 2, looking for an angle to shoot. There's a pass there, however. Shamari Chambers plays it all the way across to the right hand side. That's the side that Kevin Salmon has been causing danger. Ball comes in. And a good take by Jordan Knight. He's a towering goalkeeper, is Knight, for St. George's College. Couldn't prevent the first goal though.
Very, very good finish it was from Kimberly Scott. Got 29 goals in schoolboy football last season, did Scott. Extremely impressive season.
There's Demario White for Excelsior. A St. George's College player has been down. That Dominic Thompson, looks like it may have been. St. George's College now play, Excelsior now play the ball out. So, you alluded to it before the game, Leger. You spoke about the danger players for Excelsior. Kimarley Scott, the number 9 striker who's found the target. You mentioned Salmon as well. And Damarley Williams. Those three have shown why you've picked them out as players to watch. All three have been involved in everything that's gone well for Excelsior so far, I'd say.
Yeah, most definitely. Kivan Salmon, very good left foot on the ball right now. Has represented Arnett Gardens in the Jamaica Premier League and did so last season. Kimarley Scott, of course, mentioned his goal scoring exploits. Went on tour to Europe with the Kingston Football Academy as well over the summer. Did Kimarley Scott. Played, went to Croatia in particular. That's a lovely pass.
Free Campbell can look to make something of this for St. George's College. Had Khalil Thompson bursting down the right hand side, didn't look that direction though. Tried to switch it to the left, and now here comes another attack from Excelsior, and this could be another shot on goal opportunity for Excelsior. And the shot eventually comes in, but deflected out for a corner kick.
At the center of everything, isn't he? Kimarley Scott, very well-rounded player. Has all the characteristics of a modern-day poacher, but has a lot more to his game. And of course, we'll have to mention Damarley Williams, national under-17 representative for Jamaica. Surprisingly, he plays his football at right back for the Jamaica national team at under-17 level. But
ball coming in, Knight goes under the ball. It's going to be a shot from distance for Excelsior, and it finds the back of the net. Damarley Williams, another one of the danger men Leger pointed out. Another one of the players to watch with a shot from distance. Jordan Knight rooted to the spot. 2-0 to Excelsior.
And if there was ever a need for a hot mic, that was then. You could hear someone shout from the St. George's bench, "Don't make him shoot." And that's exactly why Damarley Williams, a bucket load of talent, and that right foot as accurate as can be, he's given Excelsior a 2-goal lead in this game.
Closer.
Here's a corner coming in. It was a deep corner, and then a very composed pass. And Damarley Williams just slotting that one into the bottom corner. You heard them say, "Don't let him shoot," and that's exactly why. Just like that, 2-0 to Excelsior.
Come.
Excelsior coming into this game had won their first 2 games, 7-0 against Bridgeport, 2-0 against Hydel. They were leading 2-0 against Jonathan Grant. 34 minutes left in that game. Was suspended due to persistent rain and lightning. That game, the remainder of it will be played on Thursday.
Yeah, so it's going to be a busy couple of days for that Excelsior team, of course, as we said. Well, that's 34 minutes plus for them. That will be played after this, but it must be said though that this Excelsior team has dominated the St. George's College team, and I think the St. George's College coaching staff, based on how you've seen them play, were very much aware of the threat that this Excelsior team posed and have been very defensive in their approach. St. George's College haven't been able though to prevent these 2 goals which have been scored so far. That one, the second goal, a shot coming from distance from Marley Williams in the 28th minute. He just wondered if Jordan Knight, the Excelsior the St. George's College goalkeeper, was unsighted, rooted to the spot, didn't move, and the ball found its way into the back of the net. Here come Excelsior again. Kevin Salmon has been a terror on this right-hand side for Excelsior. Excelsior trying to work an angle for a cross. Eventually played to Shamari Chambers.
Right behind the bench. You can look across Excelsior bench. I mean, that's my wife.
Chambers looking to form a little triangle to play the ball around the St. George's College defense. Lose it, but Chambers wins it back and decided to have a crack at goal well over the crossbar.
Yeah, aggressive in there, tackling, forcing Ronaldo Lawrence for St. George's. I think probably their best player today, or at least their best player on paper, forcing him very deep to collect the ball. It's been a tough game, and you have to wonder, because Excelsior have a game to finish in only a couple of days, if that's why they've come out so intense in this one, looking to get the job done against St. George's early.
Pressure being applied to Jordan Knight there, had to be careful. Was calm under pressure though.
And this Excelsior team certainly threatened from last season to cause a lot of problems. In 2024, went to the Walker Cup final against Mona, lost that game by 4-1. Hold on.
Ball across the face of goal, headed towards goal, but I think Jordan Knight knew that one was always going over from Kimani Scott.
Yeah. Made it to the quarter-final in the Manning Cup, did Excelsior, after a very impressive first round and round of 16. Unfortunately for them, finished fourth in that quarter-final group. But one thing about this Excelsior team, they score goals for fun. Not only Kimani Scott, albeit he did get 29 of Excelsior's 68 goals across both the Manning Cup and the Walker Cup. St. George's trying to build an attack. A bit impatient and trying for that penetrative pass that wasn't on. And Excelsior again see out that danger.
Yeah, in the quest for schoolboy football glory, you wonder how much recent history plays on the minds of these players. Of course, a lot of the things we talk about with a number of these teams happened before most, if not all, of these players were even born.
Yeah, Excelsior, of course, not winning their last Manning Cup title since 2004.
Yeah, and their last Walker Cup title was in 2008.
Yeah, those mid-2000s Excelsior teams, some of the best we've seen.
And this might be one of the best moves we've seen in this game. Goalkeeper Jordan Knight, though, comes forward to avert the danger. And boy, oh boy, Kimani Scott has really been lurking. Created another opportunity for Excelsior. This time Knight equal to the danger. Gonna have a look at it momentarily, but let's see what comes of this Excelsior build up first. Excelsior really trying to put the ball down, trying to play good football. Chambers. Here comes Scott again. Is he gonna find an angle? Kimani Scott with a shot. It's a cross, in fact, and it comes back towards goal. Struck in. Excelsior 3-0 in front. The St. George's College team just cannot live with them at the moment, and they're being thoroughly outplayed. The Marley Williams, with his second of the game, puts Excelsior 3-0 up.
Class on grass. Excelsior, they were playing some stunning football, keeping the ball, knocking it around. St. George's literally could not lay a finger on them. And it's only a pity that it wasn't finished cleanly initially by Kimarley Scott, but Damarley Williams backing up the play. The finish was emphatic. Wow. That's all I can say. Wow. Here it is. Excellent football. Terrence Williams turning away. Excellent centre forward play again. It couldn't be tapped in, but as soon as it fell to Damarley Williams, you knew he was going to find the back of the net. Such the quality of his ball striking, but it's not only the finishing from Excelsior that is excellent. Wow.
That was an attack from St. George's College, trying to get forward. The frustration is evident now for the light blues of North Street. Oh boy, this one is not looking good. Coach Neville Bertie's spell. Lawrence Garrix, Andre Sewell also on his coaching staff for St. George's College. And they found themselves in a spot of bother. Excelsior looking to pile on. St. George's come away with this one though. Khalil Thompson.
All right, well done. Well done. Come BJ.
Thompson in possession for Excelsior, plays it back. Ball going to come forward early. And physical play. St. George's College keeping the ball well here. Haven't had many sustained spells of attack. This one comes into the box and I think misses everyone, yeah. Jamari Gordon allowed to claim. Oh, that was flirting with danger from the St. George's College defense, but get away with it. Here comes an early ball forward for St. George's College. That was looking to find Joanna Johnny French, their top scorer so far for the season. Cut out though defensively. So with 37 minutes played in this contest, Excelsior, the home team, leading St. George's College by 3-0. Damarley Williams with a double, scoring in the 28th and 35th minutes. Kimarley Scott opened the scoring in minute 16 for the Eagles, who are soaring here at Mountain View Avenue. And boy, St. George's College really need to find their radar.
That's a tough challenge coming in. No whistle.
We tried to find Khalil Thompson again, but that was unsuccessful. I tell you what, Leger, the journey from Mountain View Avenue to North Street is not that far away in distance, but it will feel like a million miles away if St. George's College were to lose by this scoreline or even concede more.
I wouldn't put it past that it would get even worse. This Excelsior team certainly looking like an imposing figure. And here they break away again.
Easily break through the St. George's College press Excelsior and find themselves in acres of space. This time though, the St. George's College team disciplined enough to get back and win possession back.
I know, Jordan, earlier in the season we're speaking to a very strong Excelsior supporter, and we're speaking about the favourites for the Manning Cup, and we're listing off the usual candidates, the KCs, the JCs, and that's going to be a foul for St. George's. And I just saw him sitting in a corner and laughing, smiling, and I said, are you saying that we should include Excelsior? And he said, I'm not saying a word. I can see why he had that confidence.
Well, they've done their talking on the pitch, Excelsior. And of course, I mean, with every game and with every scoreline, you try to assess the scoreline, not just based on the team who's won, but you're also assessing the strength of the opposition that they've played against. From St. George's College with a free kick, the ball does its job. Headed up into the air, not dealt with, you know. And that one was turned towards goal. And a sprawling Jamari Gordon claims for Excelsior.
Yeah, very good reaction save that on that occasion. The first shot on target that St. George's have had in this game in the 40th minute. An Excelsior player is down. It's their captain, Terrence Williams. I think he was struck while he was in the wall, actually, from that free kick not too long ago. And you know what's the distinguishing difference? Obviously, there is a technical and tactical difference between these two teams. Excelsior are superior in both of those aspects, but what's standing out to me is the physical difference between both teams. Excelsior seem the much fitter team, the team with the ability to carry out their repeatable actions, the stronger team as well. Right? The scary thing, it doesn't seem as if they haven't seemed as if they've left first gear.
Yeah, and Coach Keon Broderick will be happy with this output from his team. Keith McTavish and Dadrian Dixon as part of his coaching staff as well. Seem like a well-drilled unit, this Excelsior team. And they'll be looking to soar into the round of 16 and beyond in the ISSA Manning Cup 2025. He talked about no recent success for Excelsior. They're looking to change their fortunes in 2025. Come St. George's College. Ryland Frey Campbell has been a man who's made things happen for St. George's College. Trying to do that again, but good defending from Excelsior. Yeah, in assessing how good this Excelsior team is, as I was saying, we've got to put it into context by trying to assess just how good the St. George's College team is. I mean, they have not been at the races so far in this first half, I think it's fair to say. First shot on target coming in the 40th minute. For the most part, been under the cosh, been trying to really just survive and stave off Excelsior's attacks. And could be that it's a team in transition again for St. George's College, as we see Excelsior again try to make its way down that left-hand side.
Yeah, we did see some promise from St. George's a couple of seasons ago. That a very competitive team went to the semi-final of the Manning Cup in 2023. Also the quarter-final of the Champions Cup. That's a long throw coming in, and keeper
spilled
it.
And an acrobatic effort comes across, and the header goes directly to Jordan Knight in goal, but coming off worse for wear, Kevin Salmon, who lunged in to try to get that one steered back on target. And St. George's College's Frey Campbell also, that's not Frey Campbell actually, it's Jordan Byru, who's also feeling the effects of that. Both players back on their feet. Yeah, we're going to get a chance to look at this again. Jordan Knight, a dangerous mistake. Oof. There's a collision at the end of it. Both players had every right to go for that ball, of course. So all's well that ends well. Both players back on their feet. And the referee gets play back on the way. We're in the final minute of regular time in the first half. Excelsior leading this one by 3-0. The game has been stopped again.
It's actually going to be a corner kick for Excelsior.
2 minutes to be added. at the end of this first half.
Damari Williams, the man with 2 goals today, to whip this one in.
It's going to be an in-swinging corner. And it's St. George's College head that meets it. Steers it away. Tried to launch a quick attack there, St. George's College. It's a ball in to the box. And it's headed, but misses the target from Shamari Chambers. And I just wondered if he was onside. The flag didn't go up. So that was another chance.
Yeah, it was Shaquan White. That long pass coming over. Fullback to fullback. St. George's College player down.
Rest down here, so here.
I think it's Ronaldo Lawrence that's down, is it?
Ryland Frey Campbell.
Ryland Frey Campbell, who's down?
Honest. Very honest. Okay.
Back on his feet now, Frey Campbell. And that stoppage coming in stoppage time. And so perhaps a bit of an extension of stoppages.
Reach, yeah, man, on the arrest. Give inside.
Thompson to throw this one in for St. George's College. Can't keep possession, this St. George's team. Here come Excelsior again. Ball launched forward. Trying to find the number 9.
Foul going the way of St. George's.
Look at the ball. Well, now come again. Let's get in front. BJ. Let's stay in front. Get in front. Do the work. Get out with reach. Well done. Nicely done.
Trying to find Khalil Thompson there was Lawrence on the right hand side.
Start. Early.
Ball played into touch.
Stay in front, Dando. Stay in front.
Matthew Spence now
Good butt that.
for St. George's.
Alright, there. Come up.
Ball managed to stay in. It's going to be a really wayward shot from distance from Demar Wallace. Disappointing in the end, and that's the final action of a first half dominated by the home team, Excelsior High School, in front of their Mountain View Avenue based fans, and they lead this one by 3 goals to 0 at half time. Jordan Fort, Najee Williams. We're going to be coming back with first half highlights, stats and analysis.
Crunch your craving with the value menu from KFC. With combos starting at just $620. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Crispy, creamy, what a catch, so tasty. What a catch, with a caramel center. What a catch, and so much chocolate, ooh yeah. First it's crispy, then it's creamy, with so much chocolate, smooth and milky. And when you go a little deeper, you find caramel, ooh yeah. What a catch, oh, what a catch, you know we love you. What a catch, oh. First it's crispy, then it's creamy, what a catch.
All right, welcome back. Here are the highlights. First half highlights, Excelsior versus St. George's College. Excelsior leading this one by 3-0. And Excelsior have applied all the pressure. That was an early glimpse into some of what they would provide. And then Terrence Williams on that right-hand side. Some iffy defending from Kevon Brown from St. George's College. This one, again, another opportunity for Excelsior. That one was skied though. Again they came, that first few minutes they provided all the pressure. And the telling blow was to come. Kimarley Scott, the number 9, with a clever finish. Just dinking it over Jordan Knight in goal for St. George's College. And that was 1-0 to Excelsior. And then this one from the corner kick, Knight not dealing with it. Ball found its way out to Damarley Williams with a shot through the crowd. And Knight perhaps unsighted. There you go, could not see that one. It's a great angle of it. Yeah, Knight really with no chances. And it was 2-0 to Excelsior at that stage. And then Kimarley Scott wheeling and dealing and turning. And the ball eventually found its way to Damarley Williams, who was able to coolly put that one away. This time Knight had no chance, was able to see it but wasn't able to do anything about it. Shot from close range, sprawling away to his left, Jordan Knight, not able to get a fingertip on that Damarley Williams shot. And it was 3-0 to Excelsior. St. George's College, this was their first attempt on target. Steered goalward by Ronaldo Lawrence, but too easy for the goalkeeper. And it was another opportunity late in the first half for Shamari Chambers, who's been quite busy for Excelsior. These are the first half stats, and wow, it is a gulf in terms of the number of shots taken by either team. 17 for Excelsior, 4 for St. George's College. 7 on target for Excelsior, just the 1 shot on target for St. George's College. Fouls equal, no cards yet. More corner kicks to Excelsior. 65% possession to the home team, and that tells the story. So that's how it stands at halftime. 3-0 to Excelsior. We'll be back with the second half action after this.
The ball quicker, much quicker, and you need to make sure it too. I'm the coach, and I'm the assistant coach. No, your job is to bring the water and keep us hydrated. Matter of fact, where's the water? I've got it, coach.
Join us next week when we conclude our discussion with Dr. Chambers on his success in the Tourism Enhancement Fund's Special Tourism Innovation Incubator Program and how he has been able to turn his innovative idea into a successful business.
Here are the highlights at Fulltime. Jamaica College really filling the goals. Dwayne Berger with a fantastic strike. First time off the right boot, curling past the goalkeeper. Nothing he could do about that one. 1-0 JC. This one was Berger turning provider. And Jabari Howell, number 7, on his left boot. Must be said that the goalkeeper should take some of the blame for that one. That should have been a comfortable save. And that was goal number 2. It was an effort from Dante Logan from outside the box. box. You're going to see a trend from Jamaica College. Weren't shy from shooting outside the box. Look at this free kick now from Donald Stewart. Peach picked out his target, made no mistake. And at that stage, Jamaica College were just warming up. Howell finding Keshawn Lee Chin, pushing it past the defender easily. Look at this, one drop of the left shoulder. Plays it across the goalkeeper. No chance. JC 4-0. There's another attempt by Jabari Howell from outside the box. He was unsuccessful with this one. But we're going to see him successful with this one now, just given way too much time and space on it. Look at that. Multiple touches. Again, the goalkeeper gets a hand to it. Should have really punched that one around the post. Not able to do so. Keshawn Lee Chin smashing that one into the roof of the net. In fact, that was Davante Allen. This one though was Keshawn Lee Chin. Again, not necessarily getting the connection he probably thought he would have gotten, but got himself in the right position and was able to steer it goalward. Gerva Grant, early ball, and Greater Portmore defenders caught out again. Expertly finished. That penalty from Jamaica College. A ball over the top to Dwayne Berger. By this stage it was a substitute goalkeeper in goal for Greater Portmore. Didn't make a difference though. And Berger slotted home expertly. Seeing it again, I mean, we do have more than enough goals to show you. But there you go. Show you that one again for good measure. It was a really good ball from Jabari Howell. The two players that we said, myself and Leger, as real man of the match candidates, connecting on that one. The goal scoring wasn't done yet. Berger notching his third. Tevin Savage, a substitute, finding him. A hat-trick of goals for Dwayne Berger. This one finished with a plum from the outside of the left boot. Delager McCormack, substitute. And then another substitute, Dominic Clark, racing away, getting a perfectly weighted through ball. Goalkeeper forlorn, well and truly beaten. And this one again, taken by Clark, got back up to his feet, rolled it across the face of goal. Kanye Douglas, another substitute, making no mistake.
Coach, not the result you would have wanted today, but from what I can recognize, your team is relatively young. Your boys definitely did put up a fight in today's encounter. Talk to me from your perspective. Were you satisfied? Are there things that you feel like you need to improve on, or is this still your development stage?
Well, there is things we need to improve on. So it's our developmental stage. It's a 3-year program. We are in the 2nd year now. We lose some boys, but we build them from scratch coming back up. With a group of 15-year-olds, so no problem. No.
Well, you have a slight grin on your face. It looks as if you are proud of your boys somewhat. Is that true?
Not 100%. They can be much better, but it's just another game. We made 5 mistakes that we shouldn't have made against JC, and if you make those mistakes, you are going to get hurt. So just going back to the drawing board, settle them back down and try the next game not to make those mistakes.
I think we could have done a lot better, especially in the up front, basically scoring more goals. But we're rebuilding, definitely. Don't expect much from us this year. We definitely are rebuilding.
Well, it did look like in the second half as if you are practicing things that you have been teaching them in the training ground. Is that true?
Yes, we definitely have some movements that we want to follow. We have some principles of play that we set, and we ask the guys to execute it today.
Demitting office after 17 years as Director of Public Prosecutions, Paula Llewellyn opens up like never before.
There is no situation that Paula Vanessa Llewellyn has not faced.
From landmark cases to personal challenges.
I have sacrificed a lot of family time sometimes.
Join us for an in-depth conversation.
What's next for Paula Vanessa Llewellyn?
Oh, rest. For
there
a few
are whispers
weeks.
that you may be the next Attorney General are being considered for that. Do you deny any truth to that? Do you deny any truth to that?
That's Lead Story Prime this Tuesday, September 23 at 8 p.m. right here on CVM TV and streaming live on YouTube.
ISSA Schoolboy Football Action 2025. CVM Television, your live and exclusive partners of ISSA SBF. And we're bringing you Excelsior versus St. George's College here from Excelsior High School. Excelsior 3-0 leaders in this one as the second half is about to kick off. A double so far from Demarley Williams. He scored in the 28th and 35th minutes. And Kimali Scott, he opened the scoring in minute 16. The Excelsior team has been on the charge, and St. George's College have really been second best. Play back on the way, second half action. Infringement spotted early by referee Reed, and free kick to St. George's College.
Yeah, Excelsior, I'm sure will be looking to continue with more of the same from that first half. They were absolutely splendid. St. George's offered very little, but a lot of that had to do with how Excelsior applied themselves. Always on the front foot. And that attacking threat that they have, especially led from Demarley Williams, Kivan Salmon and Kimali Scott, is putting some real fear into these St. George's players. But let's see if they can get a little better in this second half.
Yeah, here's Malik Wright. Ball played in the middle for St. George's College. Gonna see a shot coming in, are we? It's cleared away by Excelsior. It's DeMar Wallace trying to line up a shot for St. George's College. Here they come again, St. George's on the right hand side. Ball played in and directed towards goal. St. George's College have gotten on the score sheet.
It was said that they needed to apply themselves much better in the second half, and that's exactly the start that they would have needed. DeMar Wallace, barely a touch in that first half, has immediately put St. George's College on the board in the second. Excelsior falling asleep, not enough numbers back, and St. George's posing a threat immediately and back in the game.
Yeah, Excelsior will be kicking themselves with that one. Breaks a lot of times, cause lapses in concentration. That's what we're seeing in the second half, not starting the way the first half ended for Excelsior. But here they come again. It's won back by St. George's College. And then Excelsior get it back. Ball coming out to the left-hand side for Excelsior. It's a good tackle.
Yeah, that goal actually the first Excelsior have conceded this season. We'll be bitterly disappointed with that one, but St. George's looking much more purposeful in this second half so far. Here's a goal once more. It was Matthew Spence spraying this one out. Excelsior struggled to deal with that cross initially. It was a decent defensive header, but it went right back into the danger zone. And despite a relatively strong hand from Jamari Gordon, couldn't save that one. Good finish.
Yeah, good start for St. George's College in this second half. Here they come again. St. George's College not dealt with by Excelsior. Ball bouncing around in that dangerous 6-yard box area. Eventually cleared away. Excelsior have it again. Got to be careful. St. George's College looking for further inroads. Another goal for St. George's would make this one very intriguing. Excelsior coming away with it. Early ball over the top. And George's College back in control. Ball comes out to this left hand side to Malik Wright. Frey Campbell. It's going to be a shot. Goes well wide.
Yeah, miscued that one off the outside of the right boot from Ryland Frey Campbell.
There's some more smiles now on that light blue bench as they perhaps see a route back for their team. 3-1 looks a lot different from 3-0, especially so early in the second half. And with St. George's College applying some pressure here, looking to get another goal, ensuring they keep the pressure on this Excelsior team. Here they come against St. George's College.
St. George's player down in the midfield area. Looks as if it is Ronaldo Lawrence clutching his left ankle or knee. It actually is much lower. It is closer to the ankle, yes. Yeah, but much more positive start from St. George's in this second half. Only 5.5 minutes gone in it, but they've been keeping the ball much better, much more patient in possession. It's clear from the first half that they are the less physical team when compared to Excelsior, so they can't afford to be getting in any tennis games with the team Excelsior. So looking to be much more patient, and that typically is the St. George's way.
Yeah, but they've been more purposeful is the word you use, Ligier, and I agree with that so far to start the second half. More direct. Here comes an early ball for Excelsior. Opportunity for Scott. Shot and goal. Blocked by Jordan Knight. Comes across the face of goal again. And challenge comes in.
Yeah, it was Salmon trying to get that shot off on the second occasion. Excelsior proving that they still have a threat.
Some St. George's again. That's a neat ball. And appeals come in as a St. George's player goes down inside the box.
It was Frey Campbell again, looking to impose himself.
Referee Reed not interested though, Leger.
Excelsior looking for a pass in behind, but not accurate. That one dragged across goal, but no George's player stealing in at the back post. Much more involved in the second half, Damar Wallace. Looking much more confident after his goal as well.
Yeah, and that halftime team talk, whatever Coach Neville Bell and his staff had to say in the dressing room at halftime, really paying dividends for St. George's College. Really the shot in the arm they needed, this St. George's College outfit. and getting a goal back early. Exactly what they would have hoped for. Frey Campbell dispossessed. Here's Scott. Passes it further inside. Scott. Unselfish on that occasion. Frey Campbell gets it back though. St. George's College with an opportunity to launch an attack. Comes back out to Frey Campbell here. And I could see what they were trying to do, St. George's College, but well read by Excelsior. Good defending.
Yeah, very good attempt coming in.
Malik Wright for St. George's in possession. It's going to be a foul now. No, that's not where the foul was committed. Referee Reed too sharp for that. Ball played forward early, but Gordon will comfortably come out to take for Excelsior. And they were soaring in the first half. The Eagles perhaps just had their wings slightly clipped. They're still flying at quite an altitude. St. George's College under pressure again. Here comes someone on the right hand side cutting in, and he was taken down inside the box, and many appeals from the Excelsior supporters, but referee Reed saw nothing wrong with that challenge. And I have to say, in real time it looked like it was all ball, or at least mostly ball.
Yeah, but it was a very tough challenge coming in. It seemed as if it was two-footed also. Here's Sam, an excellent first touch, got away from Malik Wright, and that's an excellent challenge that came in.
Yeah, I mean, a half a second later we could be having a very different discussion about that challenge. But well timed.
Yeah, it was Dominic Thompson sliding in.
Yeah, now Salmon feeling the effects of that one. It was a hard landing for Salmon. That was a good move for Salmon, cutting in from that right hand side, trying to work an angle, trying to get the ball onto that left foot Leger. Opportunity for a shot, but a timely challenge from Dominic Thompson. St. George's College survived that goal threat, but Excelsior with the throw. Ball in, headed out by the St. George's College centre back Kevon Brown. It's going to be a corner kick to Excelsior.
Excelsior with a lot of support at their ground currently. Many of the students staying back after school, and you can see why, the football that they have been playing.
It's going to be Demario White to put this one in for Excelsior as soon as the assistant on this near side is satisfied that the ball is in the correct area. In swinging corner, but doesn't get the height on it. Easily cleared away by St. George's. Comes a shot from distance, finds the back of the net. Kevon Salmon. Oh, what a beauty! That one was drilled from over 30 yards out. And Excelsior Eagles are flying once again. They have restored their 3-goal advantage, courtesy of a bullet from Salmon.
Yeah, that was a thunderous strike. What a hit from Kevon Salmon. Just back on the pitch. And on that left foot, you heard them say earlier with Damarley Williams is right, don't let him shoot. I think it's the same sentiment, because Kevon Salmon can unleash hits like that. Absolute rocket right into the corner. I think even if Jordan Knight dived. It almost would have been impossible to save. Excellent hit. And Excelsior regained their 3-goal lead.
So, St. George's College applied the early pressure, got the goal in the second half, cut the deficit to 2 goals, but Kivan Salmon, having none of it, just got an injury, back to his feet, dusted himself off, a bullet from the left boot, finding the corner, 3-goal lead restored. Excelsior flying again.
Yeah, Excelsior have scored some fantastic goals, it must be said, in this game so far. And goal difference, such a big part of this group, but here's George's again.
It's going to be a shot from distance from them. And Gordon wasn't quite sure where that one would end up. It's a goal scorer, Damar Wallace. Much more involved in the second half, trying to make things happen. And I tell you, Gordon is now feeling the effects of that attempt to ensure that one didn't go goalward.
They certainly was interested. It was a firm strike coming in from Damar Wallace. Looks as if he landed awkwardly as he attempted that dive.
Yeah, just landing on his side.
Here are all the goals.
Yeah, in favor of Excelsior. Here's the first goal. Kimarley Scott, neat finish, Leger.
Yeah, instinctive finish. That's what he does best. Kimarley Scott always finds the right angle for a finish, and that's the hallmark of a good striker. But Excelsior have a few players that can strike the ball incredibly well. Here's another one. Damarley Williams, national under-17 player, showing his class. First with this bullet from range, right into the corner. And then Excelsior, they started to express themselves as time went on in the first half. Excellent passing move. Kimarley Scott, very good hold-up play. Eventually flashed it across, and Damarley Williams, as soon as it fell for him, he knew he was going to find the back of the net. And that's exactly where it ended up. Georges couldn't clear, and the finish was as precise as you can imagine. Excellent goal. St. George's would start the second half in a good way. Good cross coming in, it wasn't cleared, and Damar Wallace didn't necessarily pick his corner, but found the target, and that made it 3-1 early in the second half. But Excelsior soon reminded St. George's College that you cannot leave players of their quality open to take shots from range, or else they will punish you. And here's another. Kivan Salmon, absolute thunderbolt into the corner off that left boot, and that's an excellent goal. Certainly one of the best we've seen in schoolboy football this season. And Excelsior back with a 3-goal lead. I would say less than 29 minutes to go plus stoppages. Was mentioning before we saw those goals how important goal difference will be in not only this group but all of the groups in the Manning Cup this season. A reminder that the rules have changed. There are 5 groups, 8 teams in all of them. The top 4 will emerge after 7 games are played, after each team plays each other once. The top 4 will then play each other 3 times more. That's going to be a corner for Excelsior. So the top 4 will play each other once more, and then the top 3 from that top 4 in each group will advance. So that's 15 teams, and then the 16th to make up the round of 16, the best 4th place from all of those 5 groups combined. So new rules in the Manning Cup. Excelsior looking to get a great start and avoid any drama. George is already with a loss to St. Jago in their opening game. It looks as if they're headed to another one here.
Damar Williams trying to find the back post is this one, but this one is ill-directed. Trying to save it is Salmon, but unsuccessful in doing so. Yeah, try explaining that to a 5-year-old, Leger.
It took me some time to explain it to myself, but thankful to our producer who has repeated it to me at least 3 times on every match day, so I think I'm getting the hang of it.
St. George's College now with Wright with a throw-in. What can they conjure up? Not much. Well defended by Excelsior. Early takedown from Scott. A shot turn. Plays it back inside to Terrence Williams, the skipper. St. George's College win it back.
Ryland Frey Campbell dropping a bit deeper, looking to play a pass, but it's inaccurate.
And here's an opportunity for Excelsior. Shot and goal, and it's in. Jordan Knight beaten yet again. Kimali Scott once again finding the back of the net. And the Excelsior fans are on their feet. Excelsior leading now by 5 goals to 1.
Yeah, excellent finish. Was expecting him all along to play that one. There was a run to his right, but he said, I've assisted a bit too much in this game so far. Kimali Scott, an excellent finish yet again. There was a misplaced pass from Ryland Frey Campbell initially, but as soon as it fell to the feet of Kimali Scott, it was clear. He only had one thing in his mind, not passing to Kivan Salmon on this occasion. And as a striker, when you listen to your coach, there's something he always tells you. It's an old adage from cricket. But when the ball and the grass is in close conversation, you know you're doing something right. Kimali Scott is certainly doing something right.
So a brace for Kimali Scott, a brace for DeMarley Williams. One thunderbolt from Kivan Salmon. 5 goals to Excelsior. And they lead this one 5-1. Demar Wallace with the lone strike for St. George's College. At that stage it was 3-1, looking like a very different contest. But 5-1, not great reading for the faithful from North Street, and it could get worse. Come Excelsior again down the right hand side. This one though too close to Knight. Clears it, but all the way back to the Excelsior goalkeeper Jamari Gordon. So 66 minutes having elapsed in this contest, and most of the football being played by Excelsior. Deserved leaders certainly have made full use of their opportunities, and Jordan Knight has had a lot of picking up the ball out of the back of his net to do in this one. So we see Excelsior coming forward again. Collision inside the box. All players back on their feet though. Comes a ball trying to find the target man for Excelsior again, who's been so dangerous in this game. Got to say, Kimali Scott really has an eye for goal. He's been able to finish with aplomb anytime he's gotten the opportunity. There's a foul now in favour of St. George's College. A free kick in favour of St. George's College. But not before we see this substitution.
Yeah, and it'll be Ryland Frey Campbell to make his way off. Damian Robinson making his entrance.
Diminutive figure. Gonna be a small man who will have to make a big difference for St. George's College if they're to make any dent in this 4-goal deficit. It's a little cheeky ball played and a shot comes in, but that was always gonna be well wide.
Yeah, Matthew Spence struggling to make a real impact and proceeding so far.
So Excelsior, as we said, could pick up 6 points in the space of 2 days. Still a little over 30 minutes left to go in a previous contest. And this one is all but over. You can count the 3 points already for Excelsior. So we see St. George's College with another attack, an unmarked player in the box. Yeah, Excelsior flirting with danger there. Goalkeeper Gordon happy in the end that his defenders were able to turn that St. George's College attack away. Corner kick comes in but doesn't beat the man at the front post. Spence tries to strike it from distance. Lots of Excelsior bodies in the way. Goes into touch, but an Excelsior player is down. Yeah, maybe just that time in the contest now when players will start to feel a bit of cramp. 70 minutes. Fitness going to be tested. This Excelsior team has done a lot of running. A team that plays some pretty good looking football, this Excelsior unit. Try to move the ball around. You see there a conversation between the captain Terence Williams and DeMarley Williams. DeMarley, the 2-goal man in this contest. Kimali Scott with a couple of goals as well. Demario White, the man suffering from maybe a cramp in the calf, the right calf. And he's being assisted off the field, so Excelsior temporarily down to 10 players as St. George's College take the throw in. And St. George's College looking for an opening here. Ball played in but turned away by Excelsior. STGC will come again.
Wayward cross in the end. They haven't offered too much in terms of quality in attack. Have St. George's College. They have looked more threatening in the second half, yes, but the quality of those attacks haven't quite been there, especially to trouble Excelsior.
There's a lot of space here for Wallace, the goal scorer. Found again, Wallace with a shot on goal. And this one is turned away by Jamari Gordon. Good reaction from Gordon to keep it to 5-1.
There was Matthew Spence and Damar Wallace linking up. Damar Wallace with another very good attempt at goal. That one seemed destined to nestle into the back of the net, but the save from Jamari Gordon was precise and sharp.
Again, the St. George's College corner does not have enough height on it. Cannot beat that man at the front post, and they'll be disappointed in what they've produced from corner kick St. George's College in this contest. Haven't been able to make those count at all. Malik Wright to take the throw in for St. George's College. Ball easily cleared away. Wright will try again. Excelsior on the counter-attack. A ball just
a bit undercooked, I think.
Yeah. Wright comes forward again for St. George's College.
A bit of ping pong, those central areas.
Yeah, and of course, ping pong being one of the sponsors of the ISSA Schoolboy football this year, Leger, coincidentally.
Oh, it wasn't a coincidence. It was on purpose, you know.
I see where the puns are being used pretty well. I'd say the timing could have been better because if I'm not mistaken, I think ping pong is for the Costa Cup. But I let you get away with that one because Charles Chocolate being one of the sponsors of ISSA Schoolboy football, of course, ping pong and catch. And I tell you what, we've seen some really eye-catching goals from Excelsior in this contest. None better than the Kivan Salmon strike. There's always something about a strike from distance, even for the neutral. Easy to enjoy. Here's Matthew Spence now for St. George's College. Excelsior though have numbers back. St. George's College trying to find an opening. This is a ball in. Just the hesitation though allows the Excelsior defense to get back. That was a substitute, Damaine Robinson for St. George's College. St. George's though look to keep the attack going.
Yeah, had a lot of space here in the middle. Here come Excelsior again, and yeah, that's a tactical foul.
Yeah, referee reaches for his pocket immediately. And anytime a player is guilty, you'll know it. Doesn't even look over at the referee. He knew that was an automatic yellow card. As we see a double sub being prepared here by Excelsior. Kevin Deacon and Tristan Bethune preparing to come in. Aldino Walters is going to be leaving the field. Here's a look at that yellow card challenge again. Yeah, easy call for the referee. And that's a look at Bethune, who's come in off the bench for Excelsior. Confirmation as well of that yellow card.
I know one game that will be very interesting in this Group A, Zone A in the Manning Cup, will be St. Jago High taking on this Excelsior team. Both teams looking pretty imposing so far this season. And it also could be, I would say, maybe the derby of the two former Vauxhall coaches. Keon Broderick, his third year here at Excelsior, and Javoni Codlin, who left Vauxhall to take that St. Jago job. And St. Jago flying before this game were on top of the table here in Zone A. I think it will be those two teams that battle out for a top spot.
Early ball forward. Chance for a goal, struck first time. Well turned away by Knight. And the tackle comes in now for Bairu from St. George's College, a man who has just picked up the yellow card. And there's a stoppage for another injury. It's Kivan Salmon who's got a goal here, who's down. Let's look again at this, Leger.
Yeah, what a pass it was, and Kimarley Scott couldn't believe he didn't finish it. And Kivan Salmon following up his own pass.
Not the first time he's been down. The last time he was down though, he got back up and scored a screamer.
And the fact that he immediately took off his own boot, rolled down his own sock, showed that he was in immediately some discomfort. But he's back up, walking again.
Yeah, so are you saying, Leger, that the both former Vauxhall coaches have switched to coach schools who wear green and gold?
Indeed. And they're both doing very good jobs. Vauxhall themselves are doing pretty well also.
Yeah, under the new coach, Kyle Butler.
But certainly Keon Broderick and then Javone Codlin would have laid the infrastructure for such a seamless transition for Kyle Butler.
And Broderick making his mark here. Also making his mark, Kimali Scott. Just over dribbled that one though. Scott, desperate for a hat trick. Wants to make it number 6 for Excelsior. St. George's College though come again in their own attempts to find another goal. It's Malik Wright. Plays this one back to Dominic Thompson. Thompson tries to play it over the top. Yeah, but Spence is saying that's not the type of ball he wanted.
Yeah, back up in a more familiar centre forward position is Matthew Spence. Played most of the first half in defensive midfield. I think that's just to get more quality on the ball, but they couldn't really get the ball, could St. George's College in that first half. That's what really laid the blueprint, I think, for such a dominant performance. Kevin
Speaking of dominance,
back on the pitch as well.
Marley Williams. Ball played back inside here. Salmon now trying to line one up again. St. George's College know all about his exploits. Close him down quickly. Oh, look at this now. Lots of space on that left-hand side. Ball played across the face of goal. Bouncing up as well. Not the most convincing defending from St. George's College, but Malik Wright manages to turn it behind for an Excelsior corner kick.
Yeah, safety first. There's going to be a change as well for Excelsior. Shaquan White making his way off. If you've heard anyone shouting "shot boss" throughout the game, that's the man they were referring to. Carlian Cavalier making his way on, number 21. Also a change for St. George's. That's Jawa Bailey. Confirm who he came on for in short order.
Yeah, I think Marley Williams just perhaps signaling that his race is run now.
Excelsior are preparing a couple more changes.
Yeah, see Jamali Roper over there as one of the changes. Yeah, a couple of players down now for Excelsior, I think. Feeling the effects of what's been a good, strong, physical outing. One that they've gonna come away with lots of smiles, this Excelsior team. 82nd minute. Eagles flying 5-1 over St. George's College. Raheem Harris enters the picture for Excelsior. One of a couple of substitutes. And so too Jamali Roper. So Keon Broderick introducing some fresh legs. Comes a ball into the box. Looks like the St. George's College substitute, Jawa Bailey, got ahead to it. Here's an early ball. No, Excelsior with another chance. Flag is raised though.
Yeah, well, Shamari Chambers stealing in. 3 goals to his name this season along with 3 assists. Well, 4 assists now. What? Actually 5. If we're counting that throw-in. They're certainly always involved in the attack.
Kimani Scott deflected behind another Excelsior corner kick. Told you he's been searching for that hat-trick as Scott. A couple of times you may say, well, opportunity to play another player in, but as most number 9s, most goal-scoring options always look the most delicious for them, and they don't want to pass them up. Jamali Ropo, a substitute, trying to play this one in. Out of play it goes. It's a St. George's College goal kick. 84th minute of this contest now. St. George's College with a final throw of the dice to try to ensure that this goal difference is not out of control. Here they come down the left-hand side. Ball played across the face of box. Comes all the way to the right-hand side for St. George's College. Weaving, dancing, trying to find an opening St. George's College, and they are successful in winning a corner kick.
Yeah, Matthew Spence trying to make it happen all on his own. Almost succeeded. Cross coming in, but again, St. George is still unable to beat the first man. No, Jordan, early in the game, we're speaking about Excelsior and trying to reclaim their former glory. I would have mentioned how successful they were in the mid-2000s, getting Manning Cup titles in 2003 and 2004, Walker Cups in 2004 and 2008, and Olivia Shield as well in 2003. But since then, they've become almost a nearly team in some aspects. In under 19 competition at least. Since then they've been to 7 Walker Cup semi-finals and 4 finals and unable to bring home the grand prize in either of them. They haven't been threatening seriously deep into the Manning Cup much either, so this team, as impressive as they look, they really need to lay some statements down to shed some of the past, and I'm pretty sure I have the confidence that they will go pretty deep in the Manning Cup this season.
Yeah, I'd say you're treading some dangerous waters there, Leger. Some in production may not be too happy with you. Here is Demar Wallace though, trying to get his second for St. George's College.
That's why I saved the best point to last. I do think that Excelsior will go pretty deep in the Manning Cup this year. As I said, I do have them in a group of teams that I think are the strongest I've seen so far.
Yeah, they certainly have looked strong. And of course, the way the competition is set up these days, you don't necessarily meet all the best teams. As we see Excelsior with another attack and a shot from distance. Knight gets a big glove onto that one. Excelsior will come again. It's going to be a goal kick.
I think St. George's are also treading some dangerous water in becoming a nearly team as well. They are such a successful program, but they haven't won the Manning Cup since 2012, haven't won a under-19 schoolboy football title since 2015. Since that Champions Cup victory, they have been to 5 semi-finals, making the final on 3 occasions, and have been unable to take home the biggest prize. So even when you look at this team, excellent skill there from Chambers. even when you look at this team, they don't necessarily look like serious contenders in any way. So for a school this proud and a football program this proud, I'm sure that will be disappointing to many St. George's College fans.
Yeah, it certainly will be, and we've grown accustomed to a particular type of play from St. George's College, and as you mentioned, Leger, even when they haven't won, they've gone deep into the competition. They've expected a certain standard. They've produced some of the standout players in schoolboy football, not just in the Manning Cup, over the last decade, even when they haven't won. But you mentioned silverware perhaps lacking. They went through that period though, Leger, where they were caught in the Jamaica College whirlwind, where the Jamaica College just won every year and nobody could break through that fortress that was JC.
They seemed in 2015 as if they would, but unfortunately for them, it was a false dawn, and since then, since that Champions Cup final victory against JC in 2015, that 4-0 one, it just hasn't been the same for St. George's College.
Yeah, and you know, you talk about Excelsior, you talk about their proud tradition as well, sporting tradition, not just football. We've talked about the fact that they've won 7 Manning Cup titles. I'd say in, I want to call it modern day Jamaican football viewership, they have one of the most revered alums in schoolboy football. When you talk about Walter Boyd, the Pearl as he was called, and it's so funny. He's almost like this mythical figure. It's like when discussing folklore, and you hear older people pass down this knowledge to you. You ask anybody about high school football in that era, they'll talk about Walter Boyd as if he just floated and really just mesmerized his opponents. You'd hear, I don't want to call them old wives' tales, Leger, but some stories about him that it just really blows your mind. And that's one of the, I think, enduring legacies of this Excelsior team as it relates to, or Excelsior High School as it relates to football. I wonder how much these current players know about him.
I'm sure they would have been told a lot, especially by the old boys who would have been around, would have seen him play. He himself also visits quite often, so I'm sure they'll see a little bit. He still plays a little bit as well, does Pearl.
It's a ball out to the left hand side. Excelsior trying to find another goal, clipped in, but this one is headed wide. Going to be a goal kick to St. George's College. So just seconds now to the end of this contest, and I think Shamari Chambers trying to signal to the bench that he wants to come off. I don't quite remember, as we see Excelsior with another attack. This could be an opportunity for goal. Trying to remember how many intervals Excelsior have used so far for their changes. It may be that they can't make any more, but in any case, full-time whistle beckons. St. George's College tried to mount one last attack in this contest. Ball played down the line, the left-hand side. Opportunity for a cross. Played along the surface. And the referee is gonna signal an end to this contest. Excelsior dominant. St. George's College defeated 5-1 in favor of Excelsior here at Excelsior High School, and you're looking at perhaps the player of the game, DeMarley Williams. We're going to take a break here at Full Time. When we come back, we'll give you the highlights and we'll give you the statistics plus the match analysis and hear the thoughts of the coaches. Stay with us. begins. The quest to become great. Inspired by those who went before them, these four boys dream of playing in the ISSA Schoolboy football competitions.
Will he score this for Casey? Will he score? It's a shot, it's a goal!
And it's a shot, and it's a goal! And Casey has won the Manning Cup, and they will play Clarendon College in the Olivia Shield. And that's what you love to see. They may be rivals, but the camaraderie is what it's all about. Can't wait for the final.
When the bus the man, I want to watch my son play finals for CVM, you know.
But mums, you can't watch it on CVM website, man.
Boy, my son score, my son score, my son score, my son score.
Greatness begins here.
The internationally acclaimed On Stage with Winfred Williams.
At a new time, Saturdays at 8 p.m. on CVM TV.
So much more than entertainment.
This is the Small Axe Jesse Rall representing for CVM. See it happen. We and the lion them go, whoa, whoa, whoa. We and the lion them good.
So, it's a schoolboy football action. 5-1 to Excelsior High School over St. George's College here at their home venue at Mountain View Avenue. And I can tell you that the Pearl, Walter Boyd, is in attendance as well, as we were discussing some of his exploits at this level. And he would be a proud man in looking on this Excelsior team, winning that one so comfortably over an accomplished football program that is St. George's College. There he is on screen. He's got a few nicknames. Some people call him Walter Blacker Boyd. Some people call him Pearl, Blacker Pearl. Whatever you call him, he was a genius with the football, as we see a few genius moves being made by Kimberly Scott, a man who scored a double for Excelsior in this 5-1 whipping of St. George's College. That was the first of them. And now we're going to see the first of a couple goals from Demarley Williams. Bang! From outside the box, finding the corner. Jordan Knight rooted to the spot. Not able to see it through all those bodies. Again, Kimberly Scott would be involved, this time turning provider. So, fortuitous deflection comes out to Williams for the second of his two goals. And Scott again with some really good hold-up play. Again, unlucky for St. George's College where that deflection ended up, but nothing lucky about that strike from Demarley Williams. And he was celebrating as Excelsior were soaring at that point, 3-0. That was the first attempt on target for St. George's College. But Excelsior were not done yet. So it was 3-0 at the end of the first half, and early in second half action, St. George's College would find a goal through Demar Wallace. The ball coming in, nice ball coming in from Thompson from the right hand side, eventually found its way out to Wallace. And that proved the goal for St. George's College, but Scott was back at it again. He scored his second of the contest. and he restored the advantage, the 3-goal advantage for Excelsior. Matthew Spence and Demar Wallace tried to make things happen for this St. George's College team as they tried to get back within touching distance, and this one was a good save. 5-1 the final score. Here are the statistics at full time. 25 shots to Excelsior, 12 of them were on target, just 9 for St. George's College, 3 on target, 6 fouls by Excelsior, 5 by St. George's College, just 1 yellow card that went to STGC, and a 60% possession advantage, 60-40 to Excelsior. Advantage Excelsior, 5-1. They soar to the top of the group, and St. George's College with a lot of thinking to do. So, Jenny Robinson is going to be getting the thoughts of both coaches.
Thank you, Jordan. And I'm here with the head coach of St. George's College, Nevis Brettis Bell. Coach, one thing I've always admired about you is that you have a positive spirit no matter the circumstances. Despite the result today, what are some of the positives that you can take away from today's match?
You know, sometimes you lose, sometimes you're beaten. I thought we were thoroughly beaten today by a much better team. I congratulate Excelsior. We didn't do much in the first half. I thought second half we started, got the goal, and we looked at a different team, but the Excelsior team is a good team and they were the better team. I congratulate them.
Well, you spoke to me before the match and you were talking about this time of the season is a bit nostalgic. You know, this is when Dominic James had passed, and you spoke to me about the camaraderie of your boys and their support. Do you believe that your philosophy is translated to them and that they're kind of grasping what you've taught Dominic and now want to teach them?
Yeah, man, I'm certain this is probably the youngest team I've ever coached. I don't make excuses. This is an under-19 competition. No one has told me to play a 15-year-old or 14-year-old, but this is a young team. And as I said, there were times in the game that we actually looked like a pretty decent team. But the Excelsior team, I'm repeating myself, they were the better team and they deserved to win. Whether they deserved to win by 5 goals, I'm not certain. We were a little lazy at the back for some of the goals, but they deserve the victory. I give them all the credit. But I thank God that we came out injury-free and we have more games to play. And we probably, our first aim was to get out of the zone. The second one was to win the zone. I don't think we can win the zone again because Excelsior, they are so far ahead of us. We still can come out of the zone. So we're still going to do our stuff.
Well, thank you, Coach. Continue to lead your boys with all of this positivity.
Blessings.
There you have it. That is the head coach of St. George's College, Nevis Brettis Bell. And now I'm joined by the head coach of Excelsior High, Keon. Your boys put on a show today. You've been doing a lot of work with them over the years, and speak to me a little bit about that.
Well, based on what we have as a program here at Excelsior High School, we have been developing the boys from the under 14 program coming up to the under 16. I must give credit to Omar Stanley, who has done a great job at the under 14 level, and now he's at the under 16 level doing a great job as well. Credit also to the coaching staff. We would have had a very rough preparation with a lot of the boys doing a lot of things because they play a lot of football outside of the football program here at Excelsior High School. And so in terms of the preparation, it was very short, but because the boys are talented, we were able to do the things that we needed to do to get them prepared for this competition. We are still not at 100% yet, but what we're trying to do is to keep them grounded, let them focus on not only football but also the academical aspects as well, and then that can translate into the football as well.
Well, thank you, Coach. There you have it. That is both of the coaches from St. George's College and Excelsior High. Keon, enjoy your win, celebrate with your boys. And CVM viewers, you want to stick around to our YouTube page and see us live on air. See it happen.
All right, thank you so much, Janae. So Excelsior with a dominant performance, laying